All right. Hello, Ro. CCTV is apparently happy to see me. I didn't know that CCTV was ever happy to see anyone. Oh, that's a real bummer. That's unfortunate. I'm looking at something on this website, everybody. I want to share it with you later, but I can't find what I'm looking for. So, interesting. I'll have to read that later. Is it a story? No. Well, I was just looking at this etymology website that I use, and the website does not have something that the app has. They have an app version of this website also, and the app has something very, very cool and useful, and I can't find that same feature on the website, which is unfortunate because really it's a very useful feature. On the app, you can look at a list of every prefix and every suffix that exist and just click on that one. There's a huge list. It's hundreds of suffixes and prefixes, and you can just scroll through them and just click on them to see where they go. And that same thing is not on the website. But I did notice that the website has some articles about etymology that are interesting. How long will I be live today? I don't really know. I don't have a busy afternoon today. I don't have a busy afternoon planned, so I might be here for a little while today. I just started. I've been here for only about 6 minutes. So, I will, at least 2 hours. At least 2 hours, maybe more. We'll see. Assuming nothing bad happens. Recently, there have been some people who seem to just, I don't know. I mean, I guess when you have so many people coming here, there are always going to be a few people who kind of try to the disturb the mood, disturb the group, disturb something. And recently, there have been a few. Yeah, that is a talent unto itself, but it's so weird. Trolling is such a sad psychological thing. You know, I understand the urge to respond to someone, right? Like if someone makes a comment and you see it and you think it's stupid and you want to respond, okay, I get that. But I don't understand people who actually just spend their time looking for people they can try to upset. That's trolling, and that is just so weird. It's psychologically disturbing. If you enjoy doing that, there's something wrong with you. Like, really wrong. There's something really wrong with you. You need help. It's sad. Unfortunate. But yeah. They think they are smart. Sometimes they think they are smart. Yeah. But you know, the thing is, everyone really thinks they're smart. You know? The human condition is an interesting one because we have to live in between belief and non-belief in ourselves. So everybody does really believe that they're smart, and everybody does really believe that somehow their morals are the right morals, and everybody does really believe somehow that they have the right ideas in some way, right? But you also have to live in a world where you have to remember that you don't know everything and that you don't have all the information and that you don't have all the knowledge or experience, you know? And I think that sometimes people make missteps and they think they know more than they do. Anyone who knows anything knows nothing. There is nobody on this planet who knows anything of any significance. Whatever that they know, any human, it's this much of what is to know. So what is out there is much, much bigger. So whoever, no matter how smart anyone is, we are all nothing because we all know nothing. There's far more that we don't know. So no one is really, you know, we're all pretty dumb. Ultimately, we're all pretty dumb. Yeah. Okay. So, what I wanted to show you today, which is going to be hard, let me think, is there a way for me to do this on this computer? I don't know if there is. Maybe? No. Well, that's unfortunate. Let me see if I can just show you, like, on my phone. So here's the website that I like to use, everybody. If you don't know this website, it's called the Online Etymology Dictionary, OE. And what is etymology? If you don't know, etymology means the history of where words come from and how they've changed over time. And so this is a really cool website that I love to use to look up words and learn more about them. However, they have an app. There's also an app. And the app version has something that the online version does not. So if you use the app, this is the app. Okay? And on the app, you can scroll down to here, and it says prefix and suffix down here in the bottom. And if you click on that, now you have this huge list of prefixes. These are all prefixes in English. So we have arterio, arthro, aster, astro, atilo, athon, ation, ative, atmo, audio, bronchio, bracho, brio, right? These are all suffixes and prefixes. And it's amazing on the app because you can just click on one of those, cardio, and then see all the cardio words. And you can click on, audio and see all the audio words in one little spot. Bacon, it's the online etymology dictionary app. I think you know the website. They have an app. It's just the app version of the online etymology dictionary. And yeah, it's unfortunate, but I cannot find the same function on the website. It seems like they don't have the exact same function where it just shows you all of the prefixes and suffixes on the website. At least if they do, I can't find it. But they have an Android app, an iOS app, and a Chrome extension. Which one is the exact one? This one. Here. Do you have... no, here. Go here. Go to the website and scroll to the bottom, and they have links for all of them right here. Look. There's the Chrome extension, the iOS app, and the Android app right here. Okay, at the bottom of the page. Okay. You're welcome. All right. Let's see. Have I moved? No, I didn't move. Same room. Sometimes the angle is a little bit different depending on where I put my camera, but my drums are in the same place. And no. I mean, I don't know when you saw me last, but I have not changed anything in the last few months, at least. So yeah, that was what I wanted to do, was just go through the... I wanted to go through the website today with that feature, but can't do that because they don't have that feature. But we could maybe just, have some fun with etymology anyway. I think I can do it another way. I can use the app on my phone and then type it in here. So... let's look at some words that begin with an. An or ab. Okay, so what does the prefix an mean? If you see an at the beginning of a word, do you know what that means? An or ad? Do you know what an or ad means at the beginning of a word? Anyone? Bueller? A proactive decision and a spontaneous decision. A proactive decision just means that you're not waiting for someone to decide for you, you're just making a choice. Spontaneous means at that moment and usually without thought or preparation. Okay, so spontaneous speaking. Right now, I'm spontaneously speaking, right? I'm not proactively speaking, I'm spontaneously speaking. But if you say, "Oh, I like this. What you're doing is cool. How do you do this, Teacher Mark? Live streaming. How do you do this?" I say, "Well, then maybe I'll tell you. Well, maybe you should be proactive and go find out and get your own stream." Okay, be proactive. Get out there and look into it. Okay, so that means go do something without being told to do something, or to go start the process of looking or doing. Okay? Spontaneity. But let's go back to talking about an words. An, if you see an or ad often at the beginning of a word, it means not or without. Not or without. And there are not a ton, there are a good number of words that we can look at that you should learn that have this prefix. Like abnormal. What does abnormal mean? Abnormal. Teacher Mark is abnormal. Yeah, not normal, but normal, what does normal really mean? So normal doesn't always mean something that has to do with things being okay or weird. So what I mean is if I say this is abnormal, it could be something that's just different, something that does not usually happen, it's not usually expected. That's also abnormal. So you have to remember that the word abnormal, sometimes the word abnormal has a negative connotation. Means that everybody thinks the word abnormal always means weird or bad somehow. But it doesn't always. Abnormal can mean more just mathematically or statistically different. Okay? Understand? These results are abnormal means these results are not like our normal results, our usual results. Doesn't necessarily mean that they are somehow bad or strange in a bad way. It just means they're not expected and they're different. Okay? And yeah, so abnormal comes from the Latin word abnormalis. Let's look at it up here. I'll just put it on the screen for you. Abnormal. I'll just have to do it on my phone and then show you on the computer. Here is abnormal, not conformed or conforming to rule, right? So it doesn't conform to the rules. It's deviating from a type or standard. To deviate means to go off from, not to be on the same path as, okay, to go off from. So it comes from around 1835. And it's actually, the original word was anormal. Okay, so they used to say anormal, and then they switched to abnormal. Okay, and ab means off or away from, and norma means the rule. So it means outside of the rules. Okay, outside of the standard. All right. And if you notice, look here, the older form of French, anormal, or anormal, was from the medieval Latin, anormalis, which then was from the Greek, anormalos, which, does that look familiar to you at all? Anormalos? Do you know another word that's like that? Anomaly. Right? So the word abnormal and the word anomaly are actually related. Because when something is abnormal, it is an anomaly. Okay? Anonymous. Yes, we will get to that word. We didn't get to that word yet, but we will. So let's look at the next word here. So we did abnormal. The next word I'm going to pull up here is, let's do... anarchy. Whoops. Hello. Anarchy. 1530s, all the way back to the 1530s, this word, right? So words have history, everybody. Some words are newer and some words are older, okay? And this word, it means the absence of government, no government, right? Anarchy. And this comes from the Latin anarchia and the Greek anarchia. It means a lack of a leader, a state of people without a government. So an means without, and archos means leader. Archon means a leader. So anarchy means no leader. Without a leader. Okay? Without a leader. What about an anecdote? What is an anecdote? Do you guys know that word? What is an anecdote? It's gold, isn't it? I told you, man. Yeah, I spend a lot of time on this website, especially on that app. I spend all day on that app sometimes. Yeah. So an anecdote, everybody, this one is pretty interesting. This one comes from the 1670s, and the original word anecdote means secret or private stories. Okay? And it comes from the Latin word anecdota, or the Greek word anecdota, and it means not published. An means not, and ektos means, ekdotos means published. So, not published. Anecdotes. Anecdotes are stories that you tell about your life, or stories that you tell about someone's life. Right? It's an anecdote. It's a story. Now, is it history? No, it's not history, because history is written down. Okay, so anecdotal stories are things that we tell people, but there's no historical record. There's no reference for it in anywhere that you can find, okay, except for you. You are the unpublished story, the anecdote. Yeah. Okay. So that's an anecdote, also from AN. Let's see. Let's keep going. How about the word? Most of these, many of these words are medical words, like anesthesia and anencephalic and anemia and anamniotic and analgesia and anaerobic. All of these are medical terms mostly, but there are some that are not. Let's see. Like anonymous. Let's do anonymous. Anonymous comes from 1600s, without a name, right? So that's what anonymous means. An means without, and anama means name. Okay, so there are many words in English that have the letters N, Y, M, and it has to do with something about naming, the name of something. Okay, so anonymous means without a name. Without a name. Anonymous. And we talked about anomaly, right? Let's look at anomaly very quickly. Whoops. Did I just spell it wrong? I did. Anomaly. Anomaly. Sometimes my fingers don't do what my brain says to do. Anomaly. So an anomaly is something that is different, right? It's anomalous. It's something that's not expected, right? And again, it comes from the letters AN, meaning not, and in this case, homolos, meaning even or the same. It's not the same. It's anomalous. It's not the same as what we usually expect. The screen's not working. Thank you, Jack. Yeah, guys, sometimes I don't know why HelloTalk has a problem with the screen share. So you have to tell me if it's not showing what I say. Otherwise, I have to, maybe I should just screen share new each time. That's a pain in the butt. Let me tell them again. Okay, let's go back to my list. Anesthesia. Yeah, okay, so that's all the words that we need that just have a simple meaning. Well, most of these are kind of complex medical meanings, and this is something that you have to remember. When you're using this method is not for beginners, okay? If you're a beginner, this is going to scare you, all right? So maybe if you're intermediate, definitely if you're advanced, then this is good for you. But many of the words that you're going to find when you use this method are not very useful. They're very rare words, okay? So if you're looking with a prefix like this, some of these words, anonymous, anomaly, those are great words that you can learn, right? But do you need to know all these medical terms that have AN in them? Probably not, unless you're studying medicine, okay? So, when you're going through these words, just remember, look for the words that you know or that you recognize or that you think will be useful to you. But if it's a word that that looks like, oh, I've never seen that before, and I don't think that that's common, if you don't know, you can ask ChatGPT or ask DeepSeek or something, is this word common? Like if it's a very uncommon word, then it'll tell you. Okay. Now, Jack says anatomy, but Jack, anatomy actually doesn't have the prefix an. That one has the prefix ana. Ana is a different prefix. Okay? Take a look. This is anatomy. Okay, and if you look at anatomy, what does anatomy mean? It means the study or knowledge of the structure and function of the human body, right? And they used to learn this all by dissection. So they used to cut up humans to study the body, to learn about all the muscles and the organs and the bones. That's called dissection. Anatomical structure, that's what this means, right? And it comes from the Greek anatomia. Okay? And what does it mean? Ana means up, and temnine means to cut. So anatomy, what does anatomy really mean? It means to cut up. Because to study anatomy, they would cut the body. Yeah, that's what the word anatomy means. Okay? Right, that's the one thing I don't like about these kinds of apps is that for an English learner, they don't know what's a normal word, what's a very far out word. Yeah, so bacon, that's why I'm kind of working on my second idea for or I should say, my idea for a second book, which will be etymology for ESL. So I've been putting together my own list of suffixes and prefixes and the words that go with them that are useful for people to learn for ESL. Maybe when I'm 90, I'll publish that book. Unfortunately, the world will end when I'm 89. Anodyne. We can look at anodyne. Now, that's not a super popular or common word. So I don't know. I'll teach it to you, but that I would say that this is a word that's C1, maybe C2. I think I'd probably put it in the C2 category, actually. And it's because it's a medical term. Again, usually it can be a medical term. It can be a non-medical term. Anything that is going to relieve your stress or pain, your distress and pain, is anodyne. So music can be anodyne to help you relax or to help you get over sadness or something, right? But we also use the term for medicines that relieve pain or allay pain. Those are anodyne medicines. Like if you have a book about plants that help with pain, maybe there are plants that can help with pain. That would be a book that details the anodyne properties of certain plants. Okay? Our teachers told us you shouldn't use from AI or ChatGPT. I think that that's ridiculous. No teacher is perfect, but you listen to me. Am I infallible? No. Do I make mistakes? Yeah, all the time. But you still watch me. You still ask me questions. You still listen to me. But I make mistakes. Why do we expect ChatGPT to be infallible? Why do we expect it to be a god? I don't. I expect it to be helpful. I expect it to be a useful tool. I don't expect it to be perfect. And if you have a critical mind, then you can use it as a tool and you will be okay. Because a critical mind doesn't just accept an answer when an answer is presented. A critical mind will look at that answer more critically to see if it's true or not. So I talk to ChatGPT every single day. Is it right all the time? No. But I don't have a problem with that because if you push back enough, you will get to the right thing. The only problem is sometimes people don't push back enough. So it gives you an answer and maybe it's wrong and you don't question it, so you just repeat whatever it said. That's not ChatGPT's fault, that's your fault, because you just said, oh, well, that must be true. You didn't look into it, you didn't question it, you didn't ask it to tell you more or to defend it. You just said, oh, it said the answer is this, so the answer is this. I never do that. Ever. Okay? AI is currently, it is the greatest learning tool available for you on the planet. The only other tool that is as good as it are books. But books require you to read, and you don't. You have a library, and that library has all the information in the world that you need, but you don't go read. But ChatGPT has it at your fingertips, and you can ask it. If you're curious, then you can ask it and you can learn. Okay? Okay. What does foraging mean? To forage is a word that we use when you go into the wild, into the woods, or into the forest, or into any wild area, and you look for food. That's foraging. To forage for food. Okay? Usually we use the word forage when we talk about food. However, you could use it to talk about searching for something. You could forage for materials, maybe to build a shelter. Okay, but foraging is a word that means you have nothing, so you need to look for something to use. You forage for food that you can eat and use for food. You forage for materials for a shelter. Okay, so foraging. Let's look at the word forage. Where does the word forage come from? Forage. Forage, it says, forage in the early 14th century, it means food for horses and cattle. Fodder, how interesting. So the word fodder is a word that it's a kind of an older word. It usually means, the old meaning is food for animals, but it has a modern meaning that meant more like something of no value. It's fodder. Or something that is cheap and easy to digest and eat, like fodder for the people. Like meaning something they can easily think of and digest mentally. Okay? But interesting, the word forage means from the old French word forage, which means to pillage and looting. Fure, meaning hay, straw, a bed of straw. From the Frankish fur, meaning food. So this says it originally meant here a roving in search of provisions, right? Provisions is a word that means the things you need to provide for yourself, right? Food, water, shelter, any of those things, those are provisions, okay? To provide. So yeah, that's where the word forage comes from. And it means just to search for things you need, okay? Usually in the wilderness, okay? You think their teacher means give me your answer, not ChatGPT answer directly. Well, you should never use ChatGPT to cheat. Of course not. Of course, I don't want you to use it to cheat. I want you to use it to explore. I want you to use it to, if you have an idea, whatever idea it is, ask ChatGPT about that idea and explore it more. That's your curiosity. You have an idea, you think about it, you know, maybe you want to talk about it, but you never do. You have these ideas all the time, but they just go away. And I'm saying that that is one beautiful use for ChatGPT is every time you have an idea, a curiosity, something that you're interested in. Hey, ChatGPT, I was thinking about this idea I have, and it's like this. What do you think? Talk to it about your idea and explore it. Explore your curiosity for this idea. Critical thinking is what's made all of humanity great. Nothing in humanity has really happened greatly without critical thinking. Our company doesn't allow us to use online AI. We can only use the internal network one. Well, that's limiting. It's not what to use, but how to use. That's right. Yeah. Hello, YJ. I try to be, but I'm not full of positive energy every day, everybody. I laugh a lot when I'm teaching because I think that it's sometimes laughter is a good way to create the right feeling for learning. Because it should feel playful and it should feel honest, and laughter is kind of honest. You know, it's hard when you fake a laugh, people know. That's, you know, I'm faking. But when laughter's real, you know that's honest. It's real. So, and laughter is a good way to diffuse situations sometimes. So when I have trolls here or people who don't know what I'm doing, I often make jokes or laugh about it. You know, I sometimes get mad too. I do both. I like to do a little bit of both. Angry with the right hand and laughter with the left. When you look up a word, it has many meanings. You don't know which meanings you should learn. You should learn all of the meanings that you need. Yes, English words often have many meanings. Many. Like the word get. It's got like more than 60, maybe 70 different meanings. Okay? Now, I know that's kind of hard, but for example, the word get, it has many meanings, but they're all a very simple way of thinking. So it's not as hard as you think. You just have to imagine. Learning a language requires imagination, everybody. When you learn a new word, you have to imagine it. Can you imagine running when you think of running? Can you imagine walking when you think of walking? You should be imagining the thing that you're trying to learn. Okay, so when you think of the word get something. I need to get some water. I want to get over my breakup. We need to get through this meeting. If you can make a picture in your head, that helps a lot. Okay? Where's the word bugbear from? Ah, now there's a funny word that doesn't get used very much. Bugbear. Let's look at the word bugbear. That's a very uncommon word, unless you play Dungeons and Dragons. A bugbear. Let's see. One moment. So a bugbear is something that causes terror, okay? And this is a very uncommon word. You will not hear this word used very often anywhere, okay? You might see it in literature. You might see it written a few times here and there, but not very often is this used, ever, okay? So the modern meaning, the current meaning of a bugbear is anything that scares you, that's imaginary, that's in your head, that creates a fear. It's a bugbear. Anything that makes you scared, that's in your mind, it's a bugbear. It's like an imaginary beast that scares you, imaginary monster that scares you. Okay, and look, it comes from the obsolete word bug, which meant a goblin or scarecrow. So the word bug, right? A bug is an insect or it's a beetle, right? But look here, it says here it's influenced by the Middle English word buga, which meant something frightening or a scarecrow. Interesting. And there's this other word, bugaboo, bugbear, and bug. All are related. That's interesting. It says that there's an old Scottish word, bogil, which meant a goblin or a monster, a bugbear. Interesting. The name of bug is given in a secondary sense to insects, considered as an object of disgust and horror, and in modern English it is appropriated to the noisome inhabitants of our beds. So the word bug, a bug, is an insect. But the word bug was a word that we used to say, like, ew, ooh, it's a bug. Get that bug away from me. Ew. Right? So it's like a goblin. It's a monster. Okay? That also does get into some racist stuff. It does, indeed. Yeah, which is why I skipped over that. They don't pay me enough to go into that. What does offspring mean? Offspring means your children. Your children are your offspring. They sprung from you, off from you. They spring from you. Okay? You just used it to explore some Chinese language related things? What? Oh. Oh, AI, you mean? Yeah. Yeah, I use it for learning Chinese too. Sometimes. Okay. You saw it from your kid's English book. Wow, that's interesting. The word bugbear was in that book? That's crazy. To me, that's very strange because that's a word. Even I think many young kids today, my nephew might not know what a bugbear is. I would not be surprised if my nephews don't know. Yeah. I'm glad you like my class. Yeah, so let's see. Let me go back to my app here. All right, let me see. Let's try another prefix or suffix. Does anybody have a prefix or suffix they would like me to try? We'll just pick one here. How about Zane, what do you want? You want what? Huh? Or are you commenting on my voice, you mean? I think you're commenting on my R's. Okay, let's just pick one. I'm just going to close my eyes and see what happens. So I chose the affix IFY. Let's search for it. At the end. Iffy. Ify. It should be ify. Let's take a look. Okay, so IFY at the end of a word. Okay, sometimes it's just FY, right? So let's see. What words do we have here? Let's see. There are 22. Acidify. To acidify something is to make it more acidic, to make it acid, to make it become more acidic, right? Oh, here's a great word. Assify. To make an ass of someone. What a great word that doesn't get used enough and really should be far more common. That's a word I approve of highly. To assify someone. Babify. Now this one is definitely very uncommon. Very uncommon. I've never heard it. We just say you're babyish, usually. How do we use assify? You're talking about to make an ass of someone. So you would describe it by saying, how dare you assify me in that way? All right? He assified me. Okay? Assification. Such a great word. Clownify. to make clownish or dull-witted. So if you act like, oh, I'm going to act like this, now I'm clownifying it. This is clownifying. I'm a clown. Like Goofy, the dog, right? That's a clown. Yeah, I'm clownifying it. Codify, to make like a code, to make it into a code, to reduce to a code. To arrange in a code is to codify something. Colorific. Well, that's interesting. Colorific, having the quality of producing colors. It's colorific. Now, that's not common either. But let me tell you this other thing. Guess what? Just because a word is not common does not mean you can't use it. Just because a word is not common does not mean that you shouldn't use it. Words are there to be used. If that word is the word you think you want to use, then use it. Don't limit yourself to only the words that you were told were okay. That is not how language works. Language is about expression, and you are a person who needs to express themselves. Everyone expresses themselves differently. So, there are some words that are a better choice than other words. But at the same time, language is personal. So if you feel a word applies to you, then try it and use it. And guess what? If it's not the right word, you'll find out, and that will be a wonderful lesson, and you will remember it. Okay? We're going to skip that one, although that's a new one. That's a really new word. I love this new word. To Frenchify someone. Frenchify something. Okay, what does a Frenchify mean? Means to make it more French-like. But again, this is kind of a contemptuous word. It means like it's kind of like a mocking word. Richardson, in his introduction to Pamela, beseeches the editor not to Frenchify our English solidity into froth and whip syllabub. Wow. Okay. Frenchify our English. Right. So to Frenchify means to make something sound more French. Right? Now, why did this word come up? Why did this word happen? Why did they create this word? Do you know? It's not for our Canadian friends. That's a good guess, but not for our Canadian friends. No. This is all about the British and the French wars and fights. For hundreds of years, the French and the English fought. And sometimes when the French would win, the French would control England. And when the French controlled England, French became the language. And the English language became Frenchified. Frenchified. So 30% of English words or more come from French. Right? The word cafe. Right? Restaurant. Ennui. Those are all French words. Okay? There's a big thing currently going on in Canada about language. Oh, I think I did hear about that. Yeah, I did hear something about that. To me, it sounds a little bit of much ado about nothing. Let's keep going. Happify. Look at that. To make something happy. To happify it. Now, is that a common word? No, but that's a cool word. Use it. If someone says that's not a word, you can say, yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm going to happify it. Historify. To make something historic. Or to refer to something historically is to historify something. To make something like a human is to hominify. Hominify something. which is related to this word. I love this word. This is one of my favorite words in the English language. Homunculus. Homunculus. What is a homunculus, everybody? It's a tiny, perfectly formed human being. Oh no, the screen failed again. Thank you, Jack. Grrr. Screen fail. Homunculus. One of the reasons I love this word is because it actually has not changed from the Latin. The Latin word was homunculus, and homunculi, meaning literally a little person. So a long time ago, it was just meant a tiny guy, a short guy. Like I was a short guy. I still am. So a homunculus. Yeah, monster's got a good fun meaning too. Sure, we can do that one. Why not? Let's do. Monster, the early 14th century, monstre, meaning a malformed animal or human, a creature afflicted with a birth defect. Right? Yeah, so this is a monster originally was what? It was a baby with defects. That was a monster. Yeah, it's kind of sad, but they used to think of any baby that was not born perfectly was called a monstrosity. Monstrum. So it meant it was a divine omen. So if you had a child that was not perfectly formed, then that was considered a bad sign from God. Sometimes they considered it like God was punishing you. Yeah. Okay. And if you look, it comes from the word, it's related to the old word monere, which meant to bring to one's mind, to remember something. Right? So it was like a story that you would tell people to warn them of something, to instruct them. And that comes from the word mun meaning to think. And look at all the words that are related to this one. Look at this. This is a suffix. Can you see the screen? Can you see the screen now? Or did it quit? Yes, okay, good. So yeah, look at all the words that have this meaning of to think, to admonish, amnesia, amnesty, let's see, automatic, automaton, comment, compos mentis, demonstrate, idiomatic. All of these have something to do with mental, right? Like, let's look. Let's click on one. Let's see. How about the word Mandarin? Why does Mandarin have to do with mental? Can you see the screen still? Mandarin, yes. I hope. Okay, good. So look, the word Mandarin originally was talking about what? It was talking about a Chinese official. It was a person. Okay, it was actually an official, like a diplomat or something, right? So it was from Portuguese, the word Mandarin. Mandarim. Or the older Dutch word Mandarin. And that comes from Hindi, mantri, meaning a counselor or minister of state. See, look how interesting this is. The word Mandarin, Mandarin Chinese. Let me try again. Hold on. I don't know why. Mandarin Chinese. Originally, Mandarin means a Chinese official, which comes from the Portuguese word mandarim, or the Dutch word mandarin, which comes from Malay mantri, which comes from Hindi mantri, which comes from Sanskrit mantri. Okay, so, and where does that come from? It comes from this same root, meaning to think. It's black now. What? Grr. Now, what is wrong with Hello Talk? How about now? Yes? Okay. All right, good. So yeah, look, this is why language is cool. When we talk about Mandarin Chinese, we're talking about the language now, right? We're talking about the language. But the original word Mandarin comes from the 1580s. They were talking about a Chinese diplomat, an official of some kind, that was a representative of the Chinese to do trade or business or diplomacy with, first it was with the Portuguese, and then it was with the Dutch, and before that with the Malay, and before that with the Hindi, and before that in Sanskrit. But that word is related to the word to think, because a minister, a diplomat has to be a thinking person. A diplomat has to be a thinking person. Right? See, it says used generically for several grades of Chinese officials. The Chinese equivalent is quan, meaning a public servant. So it was the sense of a chief dialect of Chinese later. That's from the 16th century. So before, it was talking about the language, it was just talking about the officials. And those officials used that language. And then it says the type of small, deep-colored orange, so called from 1771, from the resemblance of its color to that of the robes worn by the mandarins. Wow, now that's dope. That is cool. I did not know that. I did not know that. Mandarin oranges. That's called a mandarin orange because the color is the same color that the robes of the diplomats, the Chinese diplomats. Yeah, mind blown indeed. Yeah, that is awesome. See, that's etymology. That's why I love etymology. That's super cool. And this word has roots all the way back to Sanskrit. That's old. That's very old. And what about the word orange? Did you guys know? Let's look at the word orange. I want to show you something. It's kind of funny, but we did not always have the color orange. Since we're talking about Mandarin, let's talk about oranges. So the word orange, from French orange, from the Latin word podum de orange, pomum de orange, which in Italian arancia, originally naranza, which was an alliteration of the Arabic naranj. And that comes from the Persian narang. And that comes from the Sanskrit narangas, which means an orange tree. So again, the word orange, this is interesting. Let's look. This comes from the 14th century. So look at this. It says it was not used as a color word in English until 1510. So before 1510, what did they call orange? Before 1510, they didn't have the color orange. So what did they say? No, a long time ago, people had, there was another word that we don't use anymore. It was Giolurahead. It's spelled like this. Look, let me see. Is it still in here? Let me see if it's in the dictionary. It might not even be in this dictionary. Yeah, see, it's not even in the dictionary. Let's look it up here. Let me see. There we go. So this was the Old English term for the color orange. And a long time ago, it translated as yellow-red. So yellow, you can see, comes from this first part, giola, and then reed, yellow-red. So this was originally, before orange, we used to call it yellow-red. Yellow-red, yellow-red. That's what it meant, okay? So, and actually, like, for example, tomatoes. When we think of tomatoes now, we usually think of them as red, but the first tomatoes were actually more almost orange. They were more of an orange color, the first ones that came to Europe. So what do they call tomato in Italian? What do they call tomato in Italian? Does anyone know? Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate the gifts, everyone. Pomodoro, right. And what does that mean, Marco? Can you translate for us? What does pomodoro mean? Yeah, originally it meant golden apple. That's what they used to call them. Pomodoro is golden apple a long time ago. That was because it looked like the same shape. It was roughly the same shape as an apple, so they called it a golden apple. A long time ago, they used to do this a lot. Any new vegetable or new fruit, if it looked similar to another one, they would call it something like that. You know, that's why there are so many kinds of pumpkin and so many kinds of squash. They used to just kind of use that name for everything that looked similar. Sometimes they're true, sometimes they are related, but not always. Yeah. So a long time ago, the tomatoes, they were mostly orange colored mostly, but they called them pomodoro because meant it golden apple. Yeah. It was brought by Columbus. That's right. It's called the Columbian Exchange, Marco. The Columbian Exchange that's right. It's so funny because when people think of Italian food today, if you ask an American, what's the most important vegetable or fruit or, what's the most important ingredient in Italian food? At least here, most people will say tomatoes. But tomatoes did not come to Europe until Columbus brought them there. Okay? And there's a very funny story about tomatoes. When Columbus first brought the tomatoes to Europe, the rich people did not eat them. The rich people refused to eat them. They thought they were poison. And there was a good reason why they thought they were poison. So when the tomato first came to Europe, only the poor people ate them. not the rich people. The rich people called them poison apples. Do you know why? The rich people called them poison apples, but the poor people ate them and liked them. Well, that's a good guess, but that's not the reason why, Bacon. The reason why is actually much more interesting. The reason why is because a long time ago, rich people, when they would eat food, they had a different kind of plate. Poor people would eat on wooden plates made of wood. So the tomato is on the wooden plate, and they're eating the tomato on the wooden plate. But the rich people, they would eat on pewter plates. Do you guys know what pewter is? Pewter is a kind of soft metal, and pewter has lead in it. Do you know what lead is? L-E-A-D, lead. Pewter has lead in it. Lead plus tin, that's pewter, that's right. And when you eat a tomato on a pewter plate, tomatoes are highly acidic. Tomatoes are highly acidic. So the acid from the tomato would pull the lead out of the pewter and make it poisonous. Yeah. So the poor people were right. The tomatoes were just fine. There was nothing wrong with the tomatoes. They were eating on the pewter plates, and that was making them sick. Toxicity. Yeah, that's one of many interesting food history stories. There's another interesting story about the potato. And the potato also came to Europe from America. The potato did not exist in Europe before Columbus. So all the Irish potatoes, those were not in Ireland until Columbus. And all the vodka made with potatoes couldn't be made. All right, so potatoes, when they first came to Europe, potatoes were also something that many people, they've never seen it before, they didn't know what it is, and they were afraid of it. So there's a guy in France. His name... where is it? When we find that story. There it is. So the Spanish explorers first found the potatoes in the Andes Mountains in South America, and they brought them to Europe by around the 16th century. Okay, and they were a great food for ships because you could put them on a boat and they could stay in the bottom of the boat for months, you know, so that was great. But Europeans also thought that this is a poison plant, so they were afraid of it. But there was a guy named Antoine Augustin Parmentier, and he was from France, and when he was in the Prussian War, he was a soldier in the Prussian War. No, not a soldier. He was a prisoner in the Prussian War. And when he was in the Prussian War as a prisoner, they gave him potatoes. They served him potatoes. So he got familiar with the potato when he was a prisoner. But when he came back to France, he tried to convince everybody that the potato was a great plant, but nobody believed him. Nobody wanted the potato. So he was really smart. What he decided to do was he took one field and he planted the potatoes there in the field, and he put soldiers around the field to guard the potatoes. So everybody would see their soldiers guarding these potatoes. But then at night, the soldiers would go away, and the people, the villagers, came in and stole the potatoes for themselves to go plant them. So he made them popular by making them believe that they were expensive by guarding them. How funny is that? Isn't that cool? What about the carrot? You guys want to know a funny story about the carrot? Do you know why carrots are orange? Do you know why carrots are orange? Carrots did not always, they were not always orange. Carrots used to be mostly white or more of like a tan color. Carrots were not always orange. Did you know that? The reason why carrots are orange is because of the Dutch. The Dutch. In the 17th century, the Dutch farmers, there was a bunch of Dutch farmers, and they wanted to recognize the royal Dutch family, the House of Orange. There was a very famous family called the House of Orange, the Orange family, and they wanted to honor that family. So the farmers, they selectively bred all these carrots until they became orange. They deliberately made them orange just to try to honor this guy, William of Orange. I think it was William, wasn't it? Let me double check. Yep, William of Orange. William the Silent. Yeah. So that's where potatoes and the carrots and tomatoes, they all have interesting stories about them. Where can you find stories like that? Those are food history stories. Food history. Do a search for food history stories. Interesting food history stories. I know about this because I've read about this for a long time. Wait a moment. These are some of my books about food history. This one is an interesting one called Near 1,000 Tables. This book has some crazy stories about, there's even one story in here about when they cooked people. Cannibalism. And then there's another one here, Rhea Tannehill, Food and History. Cuisine and Culture, History of Food and People, Food, A Culinary History, and On Food and Cooking, the Science and Lore of the Kitchen. I'm a nerd. Hello, Ricardo over there. Hello, John. And abnormal is not always for crazy people. Abnormal is just for anything that's different, not regular, not normal. Yeah. Yeah, the pineapple. Again, why did they call it a pineapple? Because it looked kind of like a pine cone and an apple. It was a fruit, and it had a piney-like structure, right? So they named it after that, you know. Right, that's right. Related to the Romans, that's right. The pineapple, right? Let's look at it. Where is it? Except I gotta look at it in a different place, don't I? Yes, I do. So, right. Ananas, which is it's a word that means pineapple. And there are all these pictures in the Roman mosaics, right? And the Roman artwork that they have a fruit that looks a lot like pineapple. And that made people think that there must have been contact with South America before Columbus, right? Which is possible. There is actually plenty of evidence that shows that there were a few different times when there was pre-Columbian contact, transatlantic contact. But many scholars just think that they are pine cones. So some people think that they are pineapples and that they show proof that there was transatlantic trade or travel before Columbus. But some people think that they're just pine cones. Do they include that England didn't use seasonings then? You mean, Venti, that British food is kind of bland? Isn't it kind of funny that the British and the Dutch, too, those foods, British and Dutch food, they're not very spice-oriented foods. They're pretty bland. It's really kind of funny. They don't use a lot of spices in their cooking. But how weird is it that those are the two countries that are responsible for the entire spice trade? Like, they sold and bought all the spices in the world. They just didn't use any of them. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah. You know, the British do have a few things that are really, really yummy. But it is kind of weird how they're so proud of such bland food like jellied eel. Ugh, no! Jellied eel is something that only you should eat if you have nothing else to eat. I might eat my shoe before I would eat jellied eel. Yeah. So, but it is interesting. There is a very interesting crossover between language history and food history. You know, a lot of these things, like the eggplant, right? Why do we call it an eggplant? Do you know why we call it an eggplant? If it doesn't look like an egg, why do we call it an eggplant? I'll tell you why. Because the first eggplant looked like this. What's that look like? Those are the first eggplants. The first ones they brought were these. The purple came later. Yeah, originally they were white. That's why they called them eggplants, because look, it looks like an egg. Right there, it looks like an egg. Okay, but different varieties, they eventually grew into the colored purple. Okay? Yeah, right. That's why it's called the eggplant. That's why it's called the eggplant. All right. So, again, today we were just kind of talking about etymology. You know, we talked a little bit about food history too, but there's a crossover there. You know, there's some crossover in that. But it's all history. It's all history, everybody. You know? History is interesting. It's our stories. That's what history is. Our stories. I don't know why that's not interesting to some people, but our stories are interesting. Oh, man. You know, sometimes I feel like at this time of the day, I don't feel like I'm at my best. My brain is not quite what it should be. Like, I'm not functioning at the highest level of my mental capacity. So it's always true that, like, when I finish my live stream, then I go eat lunch, and then the next 3 hours of my day, that's when my brain is at, like, peak capacity. That's when I'm really like, oh, man, I wish I could do a live stream right now, because I think I you know, yeah, so it's kind of weird. I have to make myself ready now because this is when everybody's here. But I'm always foggier than I want to be when I'm here at this time. What about the word, let's see. Do you know where the word cappuccino comes from? Cappuccino? Do you guys like cappuccinos? Cappuccino. Cappuccino is a kind of coffee, right? It's a kind of coffee. But the cappuccino comes from this. Wait a minute. So, the word cappuccino now is talking about a drink, but a long time ago, cappuccino was actually talking about this. These are the Capuchin monks. These are the Capuchin monks. Okay, and these monks or friars, they were also called friars. They lived in the 17th century, around the 17th century, and coffee is a color that's brown, right? It has a little bit of milk sometimes in it, and so it looked like the color of their robes. And the word cappuccino is actually from the word cappuccio, which means a hood. The hood is called the cappuccio. So that's where we get the word cappuccino from. Is from the Capuchin monks. So they had these hoods. The robe they wore had that color, and that's where we get the word cappuccino. Well, it's related to the color of the drink. The color of the drink. At the time, that was a new drink. Coffee's new. At that time, you know, 16th century, around that time. And where does coffee come from? Where does coffee come from? Not from Cuba. Not from Brazil. Well, I mean, we buy it from Brazil now, but that's not where it came from originally. And yes, Africa and Arabic, yeah, you guys are pretty close. It comes from Ethiopia. Ethiopia. There is a place in Ethiopia. Let's see. The Kaffa region, Kaffa, the Kaffa region of southwestern Ethiopia is the birthplace of coffee. So coffee was born in Ethiopia. But what about the word where is that? Let me think. What about the word mocha? Some people like cappuccino, some people like mocha. What's a mocha? Mocha cappuccino. M-O-C-H-A. Mocha. Do you know where that comes from? Yemen. That's right. That comes from Yemen, from the city of Al-Makka in Yemen. That's where mocha comes from. So cappuccino comes from the Capuchin monks. Mocha comes from Yemen. Coffee comes from Ethiopia. Let's see. Goats discovered coffee first. Well, that's the mythology. Yes, there's a mythology about the goat god and the relationship to the coffee and everything. My favorite coffee house when I was younger, I always used to go to this coffee house downtown in my city, and it was this really awesome coffee house that was like a used bookstore. So they had thousands of used old books on the walls, and they had jazz music at night that they played, and it was called Kaldi's Coffee House. Kaldi, K-A-L-D-I. And Kaldi was the name of the goat god of coffee. Somehow, something like that. And yes, the most expensive coffee is made with, it gets eaten by an animal, and then you pick up what's on the other end. That's right. No, Tian, mocha is not from China. No, it's from Yemen. Okay, let me think. Do I have any other interesting food words that are related? Chinese Tang Dynasty made mocha coffee for the first time. Well, then why is it named after the city of Mocha in Yemen? No. Mocha is not... No. Tien. No. That's cha. Cha. Just tea. That's tea. This is not tea. This is coffee. Mocha is coffee. That's not tea. That's coffee. Okay? You're talking about cha. Cha. Now, this is a very interesting word. The word tea. Tea today is spelled T-E-A. That's the way we spell tea. But a long time ago, a few hundred years ago, the word tea was actually pronounced tay. And it was spelled T-A-E. And then it was pronounced T-A-Y before that. And before it was pronounced Tay, it was pronounced Che. And before it was pronounced Che, it was pronounced Chai. And before it was pronounced Chai, it was pronounced Cha. So the word tea comes from Chinese. Yes, the word tea today, the English word tea comes from Chinese. First it was cha, and then it was chai in Hindi, right? Then it became che through Dutch trade, the trade that the Dutch came and brought it to the West, and che became tay, and tay became tea. And yes, if you call it chai in your culture, that's because your culture has a stronger connection to the Indian tradition of tea than the Chinese tradition of tea. Okay? But Tien, you're still not right that mocha is a word that's talking, it's an English word, mocha, not a Chinese word, mocha. And mocha is a kind of coffee, and this coffee, that word comes from the Yemen city of Al-Nakha. Okay? Ah, and interesting. There's a word in Vietnamese that's similar too. There you go. Okay. The word onion, where does the word onion come from? Onion is a word that comes from Old French, oignon, which comes from Latin, unionum. And in the Latin word, unionum, it means one. It means unity. And the reason why it means unity or one is because an onion has many, many layers. It's one thing with many, many layers. Unity. One thing with many layers. Yeah. That's where onion is. Yeah. Yes, I know, Tian. I know. 可是这是中文的，不是英文的，不一样的，不一样。Okay? 中文也有历史，可是不一样的历史，一些一样的，可是这是很小的，很小的。Okay? Like for instance, 好久不见，好久不见, long time no see, long time no see. Or sometimes in America we'll say, can I have a look-see? Can I have a look-see? Where do we get that? 我要看看。可以看看吗？ All right. So there are some English words that are that have a direct relationship with Chinese. There are some. Chopsticks, 筷子, right? 筷子. That's chopsticks, right? But not too many. Not too many. Yeah. Do I think people are like onions? They make you cry? Okay, good. As long as you know that mocha and that is different. Yes, that's right. Cha, that's right. Different. Buyang. Yes, people are like onions. They make you cry. Hello, Giuseppe. How are you, my friend? Okay. How many of you are new? Who's new? How many of you have been watching me for more than 6 months? How many of you have been watching me for more than 1 year? How many of you have been watching me for more than 2 years? I have been on this app for 12 years. I have been live streaming here for about 4 years. 4.5, maybe 5. So, one moment. Sorry, hold on, I have a message. Do I know mocha? Yeah, I know mocha, but that's green makta. That's makta. That's not mocha. Makta and mocha. Booyah. 对,你got, yes, that's right. That's right. Thank you. That's right. Okay, if you are new, you need to get this file, please. Everything that you need to know about me is in that file, okay? My schedule, who am I, what do we do here, everything that you need to know about me is in that file, okay? I have 90,000 followers. 90,000 people follow me to learn English. So that means I have many people who ask me the same questions again and again. That's why I made this file. Who are you? What are you doing? What's your schedule? When are you on? What do we do here? All of that is in that file, okay? So sometimes I get tired of answering these questions because I've been here so long that it's just, I get tired of it. So please just read the file. Read the file. If you copy it and paste it into your browser, it will open. Okay? There are also 4 articles in that file. If you want to know how do you think in English, there's an article in there about that. If you want to know how do I learn vocabulary better, there is an article in there about that. All right? What's the other one? You want to know the 8 parts of language so that you can study better? There's an article in there about that. My articles. I wrote them. Okay? I wrote them. Okay. Hello, Majda. Is the word ketchup of Chinese origin? Kind of. The word ketchup is... It's not Chinese directly, but it's from an Amoy dialect. Amoy is an early Chinese language. It's an early Chinese dialect, okay? So it's a southern Chinese language, okay, a long time ago, the Amoy dialect. And in the Amoy dialect, catsup was a word that it meant a fish sauce. And the British and the Dutch sailors, the traders, the guys who came on boats to buy stuff there, when they were there, they would eat. And while they were eating, they would hear somebody say, catsup, Every time they used the sauce, it was called catsup, catsup. So they thought that the word catsup just meant sauce, some kind of a sauce. So then they took this word back to England and Europe, and they created their own sauce that has no relationship in flavor to anything Chinese. It's not at all like the Asian sauce. It's completely different flavor. Okay, nothing related in the cooking, but the name. They took the name catsup, which they thought meant a sauce, and catsup became ketchup. And if you look, there are many spellings of the word ketchup. Now, when we spell ketchup, we spell it usually Ketchup. But a long time ago, you could find many spellings of this word, like Katsup, catsup. And that was a lot closer to the original Amoy word catsup, meaning a fish sauce. Yeah, ketchup is fanjijiang. Yeah, it's the tomato sauce, right? So tomato sauce, the flavor of it is completely from the West, but the name of it is from a Southern Chinese word, an old Southern Chinese word. Let's see. Look up the word coconut. Oh, yeah, coconut is a fun one. I think I remember coconut is... I can't remember if it's Spanish or Portuguese or both. But I remember that the word cocoa was a Spanish or Portuguese word that meant like an ugly face or like an angry face or like an unhappy face, because that's what a coconut looks like, right? It has the three holes and it kind of looks like a unhappy face, right? So yeah, it looked like a monkey face or an unhappy face, but that's where the word cocoa means grinning or grimacing face. Yeah. Yes, cocoa is in Spanish. Okay, but if it's in Spanish, it could be in Portuguese too. Many of the words are overlapping. Or not many, but a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I've been studying this for a long time, everybody. You know, I've been studying word history and food history for... I've studied food history for 25 years, at least. And I've studied word history for 30 plus years, 35, probably 35, about 35. Wow, crazy. Wow, that's insane. That's really weird. Yeah. You know, Teacher Mark, our cuisine is pretty young with respect to our history. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a lot of the cuisine is young. Actually, Marco, I have a great book that I just got for Christmas. My sister bought it for me because she knows how much I wanted it. And it's, let me go get it. I'm going to go get it. It's really cool. You're going to love this, Marco. My sister bought me this cookbook for Christmas, but this is a special cookbook. This is a cookbook with recipes that are thousands of years old. Roman recipes, Egyptian recipes, old, very old recipes. Stew of lamb from Babylon. Tiger nut cake from Egypt from the 1400 BC. Let's see. Kaikion, something from ancient Greece, 700 BC. Something called Globi from the Roman Republic, 160 BC. So yeah, this is a really interesting book where this guy, the guy who wrote this book, has an awesome channel on YouTube and Facebook where he cooks these recipes. He cooks ancient recipes and makes them to see what they're like. And some of them are very difficult to make because you have to find ingredients or make ingredients that are really old, you know, like that we don't have those ingredients anymore. So yeah, this is a fun, cool book that I love. This is the guy who does it. Look for this guy. He's brilliant. If you think I know a lot, this guy knows much more than I do about food history. They even have a recipe in there. Marco, do you know what garum is? Do you know what garum is, Marco? I think it's spelled Garrum. No, that's harem. Gray, that's harem. Garum is an old ingredient that was a very popular ingredient in Roman food. And it was like a fish sauce. It took months to make. It was this stinky, stinky, rotten sauce that was made with like rotten fish and rotten stuff. Kind of like stinky tofu. The way Chinese eat stinky tofu, this was a similar kind of thing. It was like a rotten sauce that was very potent. This guy makes it. He makes his own garum. He uses the real ancient Roman recipe and he made his own garum. That is dedication. It takes months to make it. You need months just to make it because it needs to rot and ferment for months. Yeah. Yeah, it was like their Roman ketchup. It was like a sauce they put on everything. And do you know the color purple? Do you know that the color purple is a very interesting color? Why did the Romans wear purple? Do you know, when you see Romans, have you ever seen a picture of old Romans? Let's see. Roman royalty. Like this. Why did they wear purple? Do you know why they chose purple? It's not because it was romantic, no. It's because it was expensive. To make the color purple a long time ago, the only way to make that color of purple was they would collect this small kind of seashell. They had these tiny, tiny, tiny little seashells that were purple, and they would collect millions of them to make the color purple. So the color purple was the most expensive color. Only the royalty, only the rich people could have purples. Yeah, it was a flex. That's exactly right. It was a flex. The color purple itself was a flex. Like, look how rich I am. Yeah, that was the Rolex of the day. You would tell people, like, look at my Rolex. No, you had a purple robe. If you had a purple robe, man, you were rich. Because it took millions of these little seashells to make the color purple. Yeah. That's all, the only reason why. Let me see if I can show you a picture of where that comes from. Oh, I hate when that happens. Look at this. Have you ever seen these beautiful seashells that look like this? That's where the color purple comes from. The inside of the seashells. But not all of them. Only the special ones that had just the right color. They could only have just the right color. They threw away most of them. If it didn't have the right color, they threw it away. So there were slaves. There were some slaves in the Roman Empire where that's their entire job. Their entire job was to collect purple seashells all day. Yeah. Gray, I honestly don't, man. I'm telling you. I know nothing. I know nothing. This is nothing. All of this can be known by anyone. You just have to go find it. You just have to go find it. That's it. Yeah, there you go. 1,000, or no, 10,000 snails is 1 gram of purple. That's right. It was crazy. And they made a ton of it. So you can only imagine how, how much, how powerful they were. That's how powerful they were. They had tons and tons of this color. Yeah. What about the word salary? Do you know where the word salary comes from? What is a salary? And yes, the word romantic is from romance, but romantic and romance, the word romantic and romance today, when we think of those words today, we think of love and, oh, that's so romantic. It's a love story. But the word romantic comes from the Roman Empire, and the Romans, they loved a good story, but it wasn't about love. These were stories about heroes. These were stories about knights. And, but what happens with a hero? The hero often does what? What does the hero do? The hero saves the girl. So the word romantic now means a story about love, but originally these were adventure stories about heroes, and heroes sometimes save the girl. That's how they became romantic. And yes, the word salary is because the Roman soldiers were paid money. The money they used was salt. They paid them with salt because salt was very valuable. Why was salt so valuable? Why was salt so valuable at that time? Because it was difficult to get. Yes, that's true. It was difficult to get, but it was also because it was so useful. Tell me, besides money, forget about money. What's the difference between a rich person and a poor person? Forget about money. Rich people always have food. Rich people always have food, everybody. They always have something to eat. And why do the rich people always have something to eat? Because what do you use salt for? How do you use salt? Is salt just to put it on for taste? No. Salt is not for taste. 1,000 years ago, salt was not for the flavor. Salt was for the preservation, to preserve it. So if you have a lot of salt, then you can salt the meat and salt the fish and salt the whatever you have, you can salt it. And you can keep it a lot longer. And if you have that food to keep, then you are rich. So salt was powerfully valuable because it was useful, not because it tasted salty. It was a way to preserve the food. By the way, what does the word Lord mean? The word Lord. Yes, my Lord. No, my Lord. Lord and lady. What are these words? What do they mean? The first alternative to a refrigerator, yeah, that's right. It was to store it without refrigeration. That's right. So Lord means master, right, yeah. But the meaning of the word Lord, the original meaning, it comes from Old English. And in Old English, the word Lord, it came from, let me make sure I say it correctly. Hold on. The original word was hlaford. And hlaford meant loaf keeper. Loaf keeper. It means the bread guardian. Yeah, because the Lord is the one who has food to give you. He's the one who keeps the food. He stores the food. He holds the food. And lady, what does lady mean? Lady, the word lady, originally the word lady was hlaftige. Hlaftige. And that meant bread maker. It meant bread kneader, to knead, like to make the bread. So the lady was the bread maker, and the Lord was the bread keeper. You know, a lot of these words have to do with food, because food was, that's the difference between being rich and poor, is having food. The word lady now just means woman. It's another word for woman. Okay? It's just like, that lady looks nice. Okay? Yeah, but look, this is kind of interesting. When you look at the words, sometimes they're very interesting. Okay, like, what about the word villager? What is a village? What is a village? What's a village? Yeah, it's like a small town in the country, right? A small town in the country is a village. But did you ever notice there's another word? The word villain. What is a villain? Do you know the word villain? The bad guy in the movies. That's right. That's the villain, right? The hero and the villain, right? The word villain, it means a person from the village. And the reason why is because are the villagers rich? Are the villagers rich? No, villagers are probably poor people, right? So when the rich people thought someone took something, who did they look at first? If the rich people think, someone stole from me, who do they look at first? They look at the villagers. And they say, it must have been one of them. It was a villain. So the word villain, it means a person from the village because they're poor, so probably they stole it. How funny is that? I mean, it's not funny, but it's funny. You know, the word village and villain, what? Isn't that funny? What about, let's see. How about the word, since we're talking about bandits and things like that, what about the word robber? What is a robber? What's a robber? Someone who steals. That's right. A robber is someone who steals. Now, the word robber comes from the word rob, meaning to steal, right? But the word rob, originally it comes from Old English and Scottish. And in Old English Scottish, they had a word, rithin, or rithian. It meant a robber, right? And that's where we get the word ruffian. If you know the word ruffian, that's also related. But it's also where we get the word robber and the word, do you know the word bereaved? There are a few words in English. Hold on, let me find that page. There's a really good page about this. So, there's a story. Do you guys know who Neil Armstrong? Do you know who Neil Armstrong is? This is a great story. Do you know who Neil Armstrong is? The astronaut. Yeah, that's right. So Neil Armstrong, after he came back from space, he was famous and he decided, I want to go to my ancestral village, right? So he's an American, but the name Armstrong is a Scottish family name. So he went to Scotland and he went to this small little village in Scotland to see his original village, his original home, right, where his family comes from. And when he went there, the mayor of the town, the mayor, he came out and he showed Neil Armstrong a law that was 400 years old, this very old law. And in this law, it said, if you see or find Any Armstrong in town, kill them. And Neil was like, what? What is this about? What is it? Why do you want to kill me? And this is about the story between the British and the Scottish and the land. They fought about the land. Who owns this land? Is this Scottish land or is this British land? Is it English land? Right? The British and the Scottish and the English, they would fight about the land. And the families, any family that lived near the border of the land of England, the families were called the border reiver families, the reivers. And the word reiver means robber. Because the British, they thought, oh, those people are stealing our land. They're robbers. They're the reivers. And they used to fight a lot. All the time they would fight about this. And so when someone takes your stuff, what do? If someone takes your things, then what do you want? You want to do what? You want to go get them, right? You want to go get your things back, right? So they were called the reivers, and you have to retrieve your things. To retrieve, to get back. So the word retrieve comes from this story about the British and the Scottish fighting for land. And sometimes when you fight, people die, right? Sometimes when you fight, people die. And so you're sad. If someone dies because you're fighting, then you're sad, right? So we have another word, bereaved. What does bereaved mean? To be bereaved. To be bereaved is to be sad because someone died. To be bereaved is to be sad because someone died. So, the word robber comes from the word reiver, which was these families that lived on the border of Scotland and England. And the word retrieve, to get your things back, because sometimes they took your stuff and you go get it back. You retrieve it. And when you fight for your things, sometimes your family, maybe they die. So now you're sad. So now you are bereaved. All of these words come from this story. That's a cool story, isn't it? There's one more word. How about this word? Now, this word is not very common, but we use it sometimes. Bereft. To be bereft. What does bereft mean? To be bereft of something. Bereaved is when you lost a person, someone died. Bereft is when you lost your things. Okay, so if someone took your things, then you are bereft of your things. If someone killed a family member, then you are sad, so you are bereaved. So, sometimes you can find a story that's really interesting, and there are many words that are connected to that story. You know? Lots of words have these cool stories that you just have to go find them. And that's a fun way to learn language. That's a fun way to learn vocabulary. To be bereft of hope. That's right. To have no hope left. Your hope was taken from you. Your hope was taken from you. That's all from this story about Neil Armstrong and the Armstrong family. I'm trying to think, do I have any other good ones? Any other fun stories I'm forgetting? Let's see. Oh, I know. Do you know why we say when people sneeze, sometimes people sneeze, and when they sneeze, people say, God bless you. Do you know that? What's up?
Mom's going to the pig. I'm going to visit my patient.
Okay.
We're going to go to IHM and fish fry for dinner, so you don't
Okay.
have to make anything for
All
us.
right, great. Okay. Okay. Oh, what was I just saying? I just said something. What did I just say? I just totally forgot. Sorry. Oh, bless you. Right. Why do we say that? Do you know why we say God bless you? When people sneeze? Why? It's weird. Why do we say that? This is because around the 14th century, let me double check. I think it's the 14th century. Pope Gregory. No, before the 14th century. Sorry, older than that. I was wrong story in my head. Pope Gregory was the Pope in 590 AD. 590, the year 590. And around that time, there was a big plague. A plague. What is a plague, everyone? Plague. What's a plague? Yes, that's right. Sneezing was a sign of sickness. So if you were sick, maybe you have the plague, like the pandemic, right? Like COVID. But just think, COVID was bad now. Just think how bad it was back then. If you had a disease like that was so terrible, it just would kill everybody, right? So the Black Plague is one of the most famous plagues of European history, and some people think that up to 2/3, maybe up to 2/3 of all of Europe died from the plague. Okay? So yeah, around this time, there was a pope named Pope Gregory the First, and he made a decree, which means like an order. He said that anytime you hear someone sneeze, you should say God bless you, to hopefully ward away the sickness. Okay, so that's why we say God bless you. And I told everybody, did you know that you say a religious word in English every day and you don't know it? Almost every time you speak English, you say a religious word. That's right, Waleed. Goodbye. Goodbye is a very old word. A long time ago, goodbye was gabiwiyi. 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 Goodbye. 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 God be with you. God be with ye. Goodbye. That's what goodbye means. People say goodbye all the time. They don't realize that's what they're saying. God be with you. The many things we say that we don't know. The many things we say that we don't realize. What about pretzels? Do you guys know what pretzels are? What are pretzels? What's a pretzel? Do you guys know what pretzels are? It's a little snack. It's a kind of snack. Oh, I think I have some here. Pretzels. Now, these are not the right shape. These are not the right shape, but this is a pretzel, okay? But pretzels, a long time ago, pretzels looked like this. Yeah, this one. This is a classic pretzel. This one right here. This is what a pretzel's supposed to look like. The shape is like that, right? So when they're finished, let's see if they have the finished ones. Yeah, like these, right? That's the shape. That's supposed to be the shape. Okay, that's a pretzel. But this word is because around the 7th century in Italy, there was a religious tradition where the monks would make these little pretzels as a reward for children. They were like a little gift for kids, right? And the word pretiola in Italian, it means little reward. Pretiola means little reward. So these were little gifts that they gave out to children as a reward for being good. And why do they have that shape? Why do they have that shape? Why do they have that shape? Sometimes when you saw the statues of the religious people, the monks, they would look like this, right? They put their hands like this. That's why they made the shape. The shape of the pretzel looks like the monk. And it's a pretzel's pretiola. It's a little gift. It's a little reward. A reward. What about the word croissant? Or as Americans say, croissant. Croissant. What is a croissant? Yeah, it's French. That's right. But what does it mean? What does it mean? Croissant. It means crescent. The shape of a moon. The shape of a moon is the crescent. That's what that means. Croissant. Crescent. Yeah. Yeah, it's the shape of a moon, everybody. Crescent moon. This is a crescent moon. Crescent croissant. All right? Yeah. What about a baguette? What is a baguette? The word baguette, what does baguette mean? It's a kind of bread, right? But the word baguette is actually kind of interesting. It comes from architecture, from building. The word baguette, it was a long piece of bread, right? A long piece of bread. But the reason why they called it a baguette was because it sounded, well, it looked like, let me see. One moment. There it is. In Italian, there was a word, bacchetta. Bacchetta means a small rod, a rod of some kind. So a rod means something long and about this like shape, you know, something that you can hold, right? And this was the thing that they used to put above the door. When they would make a doorway, the thing above the door, the piece of wood above the door, was called the bacchetta. And it was a long piece of wood about this long, whatever. And now that's where the word baguette comes from. Bacchetta, baguette. It's about that same length as that. And what about the word restaurant? Where does the word restaurant come from? David's talking about mise en place. Yes, David, that's because most Western cooking, a lot of Western cooking comes from French classic style, French cooking techniques. Okay, and the French style of cooking is called the brigade kitchen. A brigade kitchen means the French learned around the time of Napoleon. The French decided that to run a kitchen was just like running an army, that it was better to do it like an army, where you have a leader, right? And so the word chef means chief. Chef is the boss. He's the chief. Okay? So, and then under the chef, they have the sous chef. And sous in French means under chef. So David, if you learn cooking in the West, probably you're going to study French techniques. So I know a lot of French because I studied cooking. That's why I know mise en place. Okay? But the word restaurant was a long time ago. It was not really a business. It was just a person's house. It was a house. It was just a home. It was not a business. It was somebody who had extra food that they could sell or extra wine that they could sell. If you had extra wine you could sell, then you will sell it so you can make some money, right? If you have extra food you can sell, then you will sell it so you can make some money. So the first restaurants were really more like someone's house where you would pay them some money to eat some food that they had, okay? And the word restaurant comes from the word restaurare, to restore you. Because the first restaurants, mostly they sold soup, right? You would go in and they have a fire, and on the fire they have a pot, and that pot has been cooking for days or weeks or months. They never stop the fire. They keep that cooking. And every day they put new things in that. So if they have some bread, they put it in. If they have some vegetables, they put it in. If they have some meat, they put it in. Anything that you could find, you put in there, and that's the soup that they would give you. Okay? And what about the word pub? What is a pub? What's a pub? Yeah, it's a bar, but the word pub, the original word is public house. It's a public house. It's just like what I was saying with the restaurant. It was a house where you could go pay somebody to drink some alcohol. They had beer, they had mead, they had wine, they had something that you could buy from them. It was a public house. Pub. That's where that word comes from. Okay? Yeah, David, when we cook, we often saute the food. To saute, that's a French word. It means jump, because when you cook, if you're sauteing, it means that it's very, very hot, and you have to keep the food moving. You have to keep it jumping. Yeah, that's right. Caravanserai. That's right. That was the word caravan, and there are a bunch of words that are related to that have to do with small places like a stall that you could stop to eat. That's right. That Arabic tradition has their own words that mean almost the same thing, a similar idea. What's the difference between cream and creme? One is English and one is French. Creme is French. Cream is English. Is that similar to the restaurant's revolution? What do you mean by that? If you mean evolution, then yes, that's how the restaurant evolved. Restaurants began as just someone's house that you would go and pay them some money to eat or drink. Now, they did have another kind of restaurant, like street food. Street food has been around for a long time. Okay, so 2,000 years ago, you could go to a market, and in that market, they would sell things that you could eat. But those were not restaurants. They were just like a street food. It was like a stall, right? You would just buy something quickly. But the restaurant was a new thing that was like, oh, well, that's like a house. You could go inside. You could sit down and eat. Okay? Alcan, yes, that's right. Mm-hmm. A hosting house, okay. All right. And again, look, how many English words can you think of that begin with AL? Algebra, algorithm, alcohol. Where do those words come from? Almond is different. No, almond comes from, it comes from a Latin word, but I can't remember let me find it. Almond is interesting because the word almond, I remember the word almond is related to the word amygdala, the part of your brain. The amygdala in your brain, why do we call it the amygdala? Because it looks like an almond. Alimony, nope, that one comes from Latin also. In Latin, alimonia, meaning food or support or nourishment or sustenance. That one is Latin. But there are a bunch of AL words that are from Arabic. What's the difference between expoiled and expired? Julie, we don't say expoiled, we just say spoiled. And spoiled and expired are pretty much the same thing. Expired means older than the date, meaning there's an expiration date. Like this thing is good until this day. That's the expiration date. So if something is expired, it means it's past its date. But sometimes something can be, I might cook something it says buy it today. You have to buy it today. Okay, fine. I buy it today. I cook it today. Right? Or maybe one day late. Okay, fine. It's still okay. But spoiled is when you can smell and you can see, this is not good anymore. This has spoiled. Okay? And the word spoil comes from French espolier, which comes from Latin spoliare, which means... Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's... Wait a minute. Let me make sure I'm getting the right version. The original meaning... So the original meaning... Wait a minute. So that's interesting. So today, when we talk about the word spoil, if something is spoiled, it means it's not good anymore, right? This food has spoiled. This milk has spoiled. It means it's off, bad. Can't drink it, can't eat it, okay? And we use the word to spoil a child, right? To spoil a child means to give them too many things and now they're not a good child, right? You've made them bad. You did something that made them bad. That's to spoil something. I can say spoiler alert. That means maybe you're watching a TV show or a movie and you have not seen it yet, but I have. I saw it yesterday. So now you'll say, hey, no spoilers, no spoilers. That means don't ruin it for me. I haven't seen it yet, so don't tell me anything that will ruin it, that will spoil it. Okay? And the word spoil originally means to steal or take. The spoils of war means the things that you took from war. Those are the spoils of your war. Okay? So it's kind of interesting, but the word started out as a word that means something that you took from someone. Those were the spoils of something. But then the word changed the meaning, and it meant, in the 14th century, it meant to take something away, like a quality. And then it became to destroy it, to spoil it. If I were not into the profession that I'm in right now, what would I be doing instead? I'm not in a profession. I don't do jobs. Anything I do is part of who I am. Teaching is not a job for me. Teaching is part of who I am. So, profession... that sounds more like work. This is work. Of course, it takes talent, it takes skill, it takes ability, it takes knowledge. But I don't do it because of the money. There is none. Creme brulee, that's right, that's French. Alchemist too, that's right. Alchemy, that's right. Alphabet, that's right. To corrode something's nature. That's right. To spoil it. That's right. Yeah. And I've talked about this one before, but I'll tell you again because it's another good That's another really good story for etymology. What about the word coach? Now, if you've heard me tell this story before, then just be quiet. Let the other people hear for the first time, okay? What about the word coach? What is a coach? What is a coach? It's a trainer. That's right. It's a trainer, right? So what does a coach do? A coach, they help you get your goal, right? They help you get to your goal. Jack, you're thinking of couch. Couch is C-O-U-C-H. We're talking about coach, C-O-A-C-H. Okay? And yeah, a coach is somebody that helps you get to your training goals, right? They help you train to be better. So they help you get to your goal, right? They help you get to your goal better, right? Can we agree? A coach helps you get to your goals better, right? It could be a running coach. It could be a speaking coach, right? There are many kinds of coaches. Many kinds of coaches, not just for exercise. I am a language coach right now. I'm coaching you. Okay? So where does the word coach come from originally? About 300 years ago, we didn't have any cars. 300 years ago, there were no cars. So if you wanted to travel, then how did you travel? 300 years ago. Yes, you took a horse carriage. Now, it's kind of funny, but if you look, what did they call it, though? They didn't call it a carriage. They called it a... stage coach. They called it a stage coach. You took a coach to go to your goal. You took a coach to get to your goal. So if you wanted to travel, you could walk. You can walk, sure. But a coach will help you get there better, right? A stagecoach will help you get there. So the word coach means something that helps you get to your goal. A stagecoach was a kind of a vehicle that helped you get to your goal. Now, why did they call it coach? Why did they use the word coach? Why that word? That is because in the 17th century, in Hungary, the country of Hungary, there is a city in Hungary. And that city is spelled K-O-C-S. And how do you pronounce that in Hungarian? The pronunciation of that is Kos. So, in the 17th century, in the city of Kos, Hungary, they created a new kind of stagecoach, a vehicle. And the one they made in this city was the best one. It was the most smooth. It was the most stable. It was the nicest kind of car. It was the nicest kind of vehicle. It came from the city of Kos. So let's travel. We need to take a coach. And now a coach will help you get to your goal. They help you get where you want to be. Nobody is impressed by that story? Come on, that's a great one. That's a great one. The word coach has had a really interesting history. Very interesting history. How about the word car? Where's car come from? The word car. Nice car. This word is also very, very old. If you go to ancient Rome, in ancient Rome, they had a vehicle, a kind of vehicle like this. What do we call this thing? What do you call this thing? Do you know what we call that thing? There's this word, chariot. Chariot is one word that we use. This is the most modern word that we use. But the Romans, a long time ago, the Romans, they called that a carus or carum. So today you have a car. 2,000 years ago in ancient Rome, you had a carum. Carum. Even though we are in the era of technology, it's quite tough to develop a new word, but in the past, how did those words spread that fast? They didn't spread fast, Asman. They spread over hundreds and thousands of years. Sometimes thousands of years. Some of these words go back to Sanskrit. That's an ancient language from India. Okay? So, how did these languages mix? Trade and war. Trade, war, and love. Trade, war, and love. That's how all of these things became mixed. That's how all of these words got mixed up together. Through trade, through war, and through love. The word cargo is related to the word carum and carus, because the word cargo means the things that you move, right? Like on a boat or on a car or truck, that's the cargo, right? So again, yeah, this word, it comes from a related word in Latin, caricare, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Carrice, I think. Caricare, something like that. I think it's caricare, and it means to load a wagon or cart. So to load the wagon was caricare, which that's where we get the word cargo from. But it's related to the word car and carum, yeah. Okay? How about the word shampoo? Do you guys know the word shampoo? What is shampoo? It's not French. Not French. It's Hindi. Yeah. In Hindi, the word shampoo means to massage. It means massage. So, shampooing your head is massaging your head. Yeah. So even Hindi. The word pajamas, that's also Hindi. Pajamas originally were not just sleeping clothes. Pajamas were just loose, light pants. that you would wear. In India, it's very hot and humid. So the kind of pants that they would wear were these loose kind of pants that were very breathable. That's where we get pajamas from. Originally, they weren't sleeping clothes. They were just comfortable, loose-fitting pants. And what about the word pants? What about the word pants? How do you say pants in Spanish? How do you say pants in Spanish? Not that one. Come on, we have a Spanish speaker here. There we go. Pantalon is right. And how do you say pants in Arabic? How do you say pants in Arabic? If you can write the Franco-Arabic, not the... I can't read Arabic, so that won't help me. But in Arabic, the word for pants in Arabic is very similar. So we have pants in Spanish, pantalon, and in Arabic, I think it's like pantalones. Why? Because Spain is right here. And North Africa is right here. So the Arabic languages and Spanish, there's some relationship there too. Yeah, Bantalun, right. That's why there's a relationship. Do you know who the Moors are? The Moors, M-O-O-R-S, the Moors. The Moors. Central Asia too. It's also connected to Central Asia, Northern Africa, Central Asia over here, and Spain over here. So yeah, they're all related. That's why everything in that's why they call it the Levant, right? The Levant. And if you go to the Levant, that's an ancient area. And therefore, the languages and the food and the music and the cultures, they're all mixed. They're all mixed. Everybody in the Middle East, they all think they made hummus first. They all think they made dolma first. They all think they made baba ganoush first. Everybody thinks, oh no, we made falafel first. No, we made hummus first. They all argue about who did it first. Because why? Because they're all old. Nobody knows anymore who did it anymore. It's too old. You know, really, pizza is the same thing. Pizza is just bread with something on top, cooked, right? Do you know how many cultures have that? Lots of them, you know? So did the Greeks make pizza first, or did the Italians make it first? Who knows? It's really, honestly, not important, because if you think it is important, then you really don't understand how cultures mix. And you are being culturally arrogant, because we're related, guys. We're related. Why are you wearing jeans? Some of you have jeans on. Why? I have jeans on. Right? Why are you wearing sneakers? Why are you wearing sneakers? Are those the traditional shoes of your culture? Right? Recognize and recognize with an S and with a Z. Why is there a difference? It's because one is British and one is American. Okay? The British say it with an S and the Americans say it with a Z. That's the reason why I'm always confused with German and English. Adrian, English is considered a Germanic language. So there are many roots in Germanic roots. So, for example, English grammar, some of English grammar comes from Germanic grammar. Okay? And yes, some words come from German words, like the word kindergarten. Kindergarten. Right? Kindergarten is a German word. Kinder means children. Children garden. That's a kindergarten. Okay? Look, Marco says, I think the first pizza was probably Egyptian and I'm Italian. Yeah, see, now that's real. That's real. But you know how many Italians will get mad at you for saying something like that, right? But that's just not, come on. You know, there's one thing, cultural pride is one thing, cultural arrogance is another. You know, cultural pride is one thing, but cultural arrogance is another. Okay? Hummus shows up in Levantine cookbooks as early as the 13th century, and probably it's much older than that. It's probably much older than that, too. You know? How many pasta names do I know? I know a lot of them. Capellini, Farfalla, Ditalini, Rotini, Rodellini. What else do we have? Spaghetti, linguine. I don't know. I could probably name 20. Probably about 20. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah. Ooh, there's one I don't know. Strozza Preti. I don't know that one. I don't know that one. I made farfalla the other day. Just a couple days ago, I made farfalla. Little bow ties. Penne, that's another one. I like that one too. Yeah. Have I ever eaten them? Yeah, I've eaten all of them. I love pasta. It means to choke a priest. Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know that. How did I not know that one? Oh, that's a good one. What is the only country that never colonized during colonization in Africa? I don't know. That's a good question. Not the Italians, not the Dutch, not the French, not the English. Not the Germans. I mean, there are many who were outside of Europe. I assume you're talking about European countries. I assume you're talking about European countries. But there were more than a few small European countries that were not involved. It was only the big ones, really. I mean, mostly they were the big ones. The Dutch was one of the biggest. Oh, you mean which? I see. I was thinking, I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. You mean which country in Africa was never colonized? Ah, I'm sorry. I thought you meant which countries from Europe did not do colonization. I understand now. Yeah, I think it's Ethiopia. Yeah. Yeah, that's your country. Of course you know that. We were talking about Ethiopia earlier. We were talking about Kaldi, and we were talking about the Kaffa region of Ethiopia and coffee and how coffee came from Ethiopia originally. Yeah, Russia didn't do colonization. That's true. Russia mostly stayed in their neighborhood. They did stuff in their neighborhood, but they didn't go outside of their neighborhood. But there are many reasons why. Some of them have to do with land. Some of them have to do with weather, climate, not weather, climate. Some of them just have to do with climate. Russia didn't have all the advantages that some of the other cultures did in terms of access to the ocean and ocean trade as much as some of them did. And if I remember right, they were a little more isolationist during certain time periods that were kind of critical. So at the time when many countries were going around the world and traveling and seeing and trading and conquering, Russians were a little more isolationist. And they weren't as interested in outside, more inside. But they have a lot of land. So they had plenty of room. Now, I could be wrong about that. That's just my understanding. But I'm no expert. I'm just a drummer. All right, so today we have been talking about so many things today. I've been here for 3 hours and 8 minutes, and we've talked about history, and we've talked about etymology, and we've talked about food history and food words and interesting stories about food history and culture. So we talked about a lot of things. Right. But that's later, Asman. That's much, much later. The Soviet Union didn't happen until much, much later. Prior to that, it was not really the same thing. That's why they called it the Union, right? They brought them together. But prior to that, it wasn't a union in that sense. You know? Paraboy, we talked about a lot of different things. We talked about all kinds of foods. You're going to have to go back and watch yourself. Is there a live broadcast tomorrow? Tomorrow is Saturday. Let me check my schedule and see how many lessons do I have tomorrow. I think I have time maybe tomorrow, so I might be on. My normal schedule is only Monday through Friday. Okay, so if I'm here on Saturday, it's special, which I do sometimes. If I have time, maybe I turn on the camera. Okay? Paraboy, are you new? You're new. I assume you are new, right? So if you are new, then you need to get my FAQ file right here. I have an FAQ file that you can download, okay? Copy that link and paste it into your browser, and then everything you need to know about me is in that file. My schedule is in that file. My website is in that file. My YouTube is in that file. My blog is in that file. Everything you need to know about me is in that file. Okay? Sergey, you have a question you want to ask me on stage. If it's about English, then yes, you can. Raise your hand, Sergey. You have to raise your hand so I can invite you on stage. And yeah, look, see, I know somebody read their file now. Thank you, Chi. I appreciate that. And I just learned the proper way to say the last name, Nguyen. Is that close? I think it's Nguyen. Nguyen. I was trying to practice it the other day, but or is it just one? It's a tonal language, right? So I think it's supposed to go up at the end. Yeah. I was trying to practice that Vietnamese name because I know people never say it right. Yeah. Vietnamese? You mean Vietnamese sounds a little bit like Chinese? 我会说中文，我感觉就是不一样。对，我感觉就是不一样的。Can I speak Korean? I can say 안녕하세요. Okay, Sergey wants to ask me a question. Let's talk to Sergey for just a minute. Hello, Sergey. How are you?
Hello. Hello, guys. Hello, Mark. Okay, quickly, the question. I'm really confused about the verb and its synonym. Admit, own up to, confess, and something else. So they are all similar with admit. Yeah, admit something. But I checked dictionary, check all of them, and they are all about something bad or wrong in a negative way. What about something positive way, in a positive way?
To admit or confess in a positive way, can you? Is that what you mean?
Well, so judging by dictionary, it's not. So these verbs in a bad context. I mean, in the bad,
Usually, yes.
wrong bad.
Yeah. So I would say in most cases, yes. These words are almost always used in some kind of a negative way, like admit what you did wrong, right? But no, the word admit you could say, I admit this is a good plan. That means I confess I didn't think it would be good, but I do. I look at it now and I think it's good. So I'm saying I admit it's a good plan. So that's like somebody expects you not to like it, and now you're saying, no, I admit I like it. Okay, so admit or confess. I confess I think this is a good plan, right? So it could be used this way. Sergey, you need to be careful with language. When you start saying you can or can't use things this way, that's not how language works. You can use any way you want as long as you can defend it. Okay, so language is a way where if you want to say the word confess or you want to say the word admit and use it in a positive way, there is no reason why you can't. You can. That's called author's license. Okay, but it's basically like this, Sergey. In life, as long as you know the rules, then you can break the rules. It's only when you don't know them that now you're just being ignorant. Like you're just saying something with no knowledge. But if you know and then you choose to do what you want, that doesn't mean it's wrong all the time. Now, I'm not saying it's right all the time either, but I'm just saying that this is how language works. It's about expression. So I don't want to tell you you can't express yourself that way. No, you can. It just might not be as common. Okay?
So yeah. So some people hear me and how I use it in my way. Yeah. Some these or these words. Anyway, what will be in the end? Yeah. So what expressions go after some words? Yeah, verbs or.
Like what?
Okay. No, okay. So,
That's
for
okay.
example,
Take your time.
So, yeah. So admit and after admit, I put something. Yeah. And it all comes down to what I put. Yeah. The positive. Yeah. Some positive context. So
Right.
if I put some positive context
It could.
after
Yeah.
admit.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like I said, it might sound strange to some people, but that does not necessarily mean it's wrong. If it expresses what you feel, then that is right. Okay. Now, somebody, if they don't understand you and they say, wait, you said admit, but with a positive way, that's kind of weird. Well, you can just defend it, then say, well, I know most people don't use it that way, but I'm just trying to tell you that this is how I feel, that, it's good. So I admit, I confess, right?
So yeah, so even they take it that it's not a good way, yeah, to put it. But even though they really don't know themselves what the right way, yeah, to put it.
Yeah, yeah. And Sergey, you know who Shakespeare is, right?
Hmm.
Okay. Do you know how many words Shakespeare made?
Well, maybe more than I don't know, a lot of
Yeah, there's at least a couple hundred words or phrases that he was the first one who said it that way. Okay? So,
Yeah.
and Milton too. John Milton also, there are maybe 300 or 400 words in English, or maybe more. Maybe it's more like 6, I can't remember. But a lot of words that he was the first one who made it and said it that way. So that is how language works. You can just say. So for example, I told somebody yesterday, there's a word in English, simplify. To simplify something means to make something more simple, right? Well, I created my own word that does not exist. It's not in the dictionary, but it is a word. Complexify. And it means the opposite of simplify. It means to make language more complicated, or make something more complicated for the purpose of being less understood. More complicated, right? So it's, for example, that happens in almost every industry, lots of industries. When you start asking them at the highest levels about their industry, they use language that's not common and it's not understood. It's like they're speaking another language, Yeah. So anyway,
Yeah.
the point is that
It's
you
like
can.
two different.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's how people get misunderstood when two different circles of the group came across one day, yeah, and start chatting.
That's right. Yeah, that's
So
exactly
their
right.
conversation, yeah.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. So language is a living thing. And when you say you can or you can't, that means it's dead. Right? So there are some things that are better and some things that are worse. And yeah, there are people that will tell you, you can't do that. Okay? And maybe there are some places where I'll tell you, like, look, if you're taking a test, if you're taking a grammar test or a language test, then they want you to give the answer that's the most common answer. They don't want you to give some answer that's a creative answer. Okay? So what I'm saying is in that environment, you should give that answer. But in the real world, when you're using language, language is a tool of expression and it's a living thing. So that means you can make it do what you want when you want to. You just have to be willing to defend it. You have to say an argument. I'm saying this because I think it means this. That's all. You have to be bold enough to say, this is what it means. If you don't understand, I don't understand why you don't understand.
Well, it's like everything came from something, yeah?
Yeah.
Which was, before.
That's
Previous.
right.
So you probably not make up something new. You just come up with something new, yeah?
Well, yes, but see, like, so this is the art of what we called etymology. Etymology, right? And that means the history of where words come from, right? Etymology is the history of language, where the words come from, okay? And words need a background, okay? So there are some words that people make that don't have a background. And like I just learned one the other day. I can't remember.
Is it neologism or something?
No, there's a psychological term, lumens. I think it's lumens, if I remember right. Something like that. And
Anyway.
it's a word that this woman, I read about it and it made me really mad because this woman who made it, she just made it. It has no meaning, no background, no etymology. She just liked the way it sounded, and so she wrote that down. That is wrong, in my opinion. No, you can't do that. No, you have to go back and say, okay, if I want to make a new word, let me go back in the history of words and find something that sounds like that fits. That's how etymology is supposed to work. You can create new words, but you need to try to find the right history to connect them to.
Sort of take it from the roof, yeah. With
Right.
the roof, and
From the
it's
right
growing.
that's right, from the right root words. That's right. That's right. If you find the right root word, then yeah, you can base your new word off this root word. And now you have real history. Now that makes sense. But if you just take, some letters and put them together, that's not how words are made. No. No, words have history. Words come from places, That's what makes language really interesting, is when you go back and look at where the words come from, the history is usually much more interesting than the meaning.
Yeah. What's more, that if we are looking back, mainly when it comes to science, yeah, all things was about letters, writing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Everything went through how it's writing. Yeah, we
Yeah.
learned.
That's
look at-
right.
yeah.
Sergey, sometimes one of my favorite stories to tell is about the word grammar. Because the word grammar, when we talk about grammar now, we think it means the rules of language. But that's not what the word originally means. Originally, the word grammar means secret knowledge. And the reason why is because I want you to think about it. 2,000 years ago, how many people could read or write? Not many. Very, very few, right? So if you can't read and you can't write, and now I show you a book, what does that look like to you? You see these things on the page and you're like, oh,
A lot of patterns.
yeah, it looks like, oh, that must be magic or something. It's like scary. I don't know what that is. That's what the word grammar means. It means secret knowledge because only a few people could read and write, so only they could understand it. And if you hear somebody saying words again and again, it sounds scary. If you don't know those words, then it sounds like magic, right? So, do you know the word abracadabra? Have you ever heard abracadabra before? Abracadabra.
It's a magician.
Yeah, it's a magician.
Yeah.
That is actually real. That comes from an old ancient language called Aramaic. Aramaic language from Hebrew kind of area, right? And in Aramaic, it used to be, let me think. Let me make sure I get the right pronunciation. Hold on. There it is. It came from the words. Nope, that's not it.
Maybe Maya or something.
It came from the original
no.
word was, here it is. Yeah, avracadabra. Avracadabra. That in Aramaic, it means I create as I speak. Avracadabra. I create as I speak. And they used to write that above the door of their house like magic to ward away bad spirits. They would write avracadabra above their door like a spiritual thing, right? So again, words are so interesting because they have this a feeling of almost like they're magical, right? Because if you don't understand them, then you think it's weird and scary. And even the word magic, where do we get the word magic from? Do you know? This word is a very interesting word. It comes from Persia. In Persia, a long time ago in Persia, the Persian Empire, they had 6 groups of people, 6 different kinds of people. And one of those kinds of people, they were the priest class, the priests. And they were called the Magi.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see.
They were the Magi people, and they did all the rituals. So that's where we get the word magic from. It comes from them.
Yeah,
But if you know,
so this,
if you know about Christian history, this is where it gets even more interesting. In Christian religion, they think magic, oh, magic, that's scary. No, that's bad, right? But the word magic comes from magi. And when Jesus was born, there were 3 people who came from far away to see the king, right? The new king. Do you know the story about the 3 guys who came from far away?
well, would better to hear from you.
Okay, so there was a story in Christianity that when Jesus was born, that there were 3 wise men who came from far away, and they saw a star. They saw a star in the sky, and when they saw that star, they knew that there was a king was born. So they followed that star to find the king. Those 3 men,
a sign.
yeah, those 3 guys, those were the 3 magi. They were the magi. They were the magicians. They were magic guys. So it's really funny. But the story of Jesus, Jesus was recognized by who? The first people who recognized him as Jesus were the magi, the people from Persia. I think that's really interesting, you know? But this word, the word magic and the word grammar, it's all about, if you don't know anything, then everything looks like magic to you. If you don't know language, then it looks like magic to you. If you don't know about words and history and these things, then it looks like magic to you. So there's another word in English. Do you know the word grammar, but there is another word in English. It's not a common word. It's grimoire. Grimoire is a very old word. It means a magic book. A magic book. So the word grammar is related to the word grimoire. And that's also related to the word glamour. Do you know the word glamour?
Something bright, shine.
That's right. Yeah, it's like she looks glamorous. It means beautiful, right? But this word means she looks beautiful because someone put magic on you. So now you think she's beautiful. So glamour comes from the word grammar. And that was
a smart trick.
Yeah, right? It's a smart trick. There are many words in English that have to do with magic, really. The word charming, when you say someone is charming, what does that mean?
Charming.
To be charming means like I put a magical spell on you. That's right. That's right. Or if I say he's enchanting, I'm enchanted to meet you. Enchanté, right? That means like a magical spell to meet you. Yeah. So there are many, many words in English that have to do with magic and this feeling of when you don't know things, it seems strange. And if it's strange, then we call it magic or something that we don't understand. But that's where the word grammar comes from, and glamour and grimoire. All of these are related to magic.
So if we can't break it down for themselves, we call it magic, or something.
That's right.
Magic.
That's right. If we don't understand it, we call it magic. That's right.
You take me back to the story happened with me. When I first time heard English language, so I was like paralyzed because Yeah, the foreigner spoke with me,
Uh-huh.
and I didn't get any words, and I was paralyzed,
Uh-huh.
something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And this time, that moment when I was paralyzed, you can do anything, everything to me, really, because
Right.
I'm paralyzed.
Right.
I was so sensitive. Yeah.
Sergey, that's why I'm trying to tell people that this is the power of language. Language is magic because I have 90,000 people who follow me. Why? Because they like my words.
Okay. Well, I think so. In the other hand, no need to follow you because you're always on the on live list on the top. It's just
Well, I appreciate that. It's nice to know. I didn't know that, but that's nice to know. But the point is just that yeah, that's why people listen to someone. Two people have an idea, but one person says it better. You're gonna listen to that guy because he said the idea in a better way. That's why language is magic. Language is power. If you have great language, you can make people do things. You can inspire them. You can motivate them. You can command them. There are many things you can do with language. Without language, how can you do them?
or put on trance.
Yeah, but again, how do you do that? What about the word mesmerized? Do you know the word mesmerized? To be mesmerized.
So the prefix.
Yeah, this one is,
No, I don't
there is
know.
no prefix for this one. This one comes from a guy. There was a guy, I think his name, if I remember right, I think it's Anton Mesmer. Let me check.
Okay. There's the surname.
It comes from a guy, yeah. His name was Anton Mesmer, and he was a German guy, he was a doctor, and
Yeah, it was invented. It was invented by him.
yeah, and so mesmerization, to be mesmerized, was hypnosis. It was like, he would make you look at something until you were mesmerized. That's from
Yeah.
Mesmer, this guy. Yeah, and again, look, Adrian said the limits of your language shape the limits of your thinking. Yeah, the limits of your language shape the limits of your ability to express yourself. If you have no language, you can't say anything. You can't say how you feel. You can't make anything different. You can't change anything. You need language. Language is magic. Language is power. Language is an amazing, amazing tool. It's not just words, people. Look, this is like, let me explain. Here's a better way to explain. If I play a song on the piano, if I can play that song and then another person can play that song, same song, but I'm not good. I'm not a good player, but they are. They're a really great pianist. So when they play the song, you listen, and it's beautiful, and it catches you, and you want to hear it. But when I play the song, I'm not good, so it doesn't sound good. And when I play it, you're like, I don't want to hear that. That's the same with words. If I have words on a page like this, here's a book, right? So I could say, success is the ability to go from one failure to another with no loss of enthusiasm. That's words. I said words. But I could also say, success is the ability to go from one failure to another with no loss of enthusiasm. Now I said it with magic. Words have no life until you give them life.
Yeah.
Music is the same way. If I see music on a page like this, This has no life. This has no life at all. Not until I play it. When I play it,
Yeah.
I can give it life and I can make it sound good,
Yeah.
and then you want to hear
Yeah,
it,
right.
right? So this is like language, everybody. Language has a power, but you have to make the words live. You have to make the words breathe. You have to make people want to hear more. That's why I love talking about language like music. I say it's the same thing. Make your words musical. Musical means they sound like music. Like, I want to hear more. I want to hear more. He's musical, right? That's what you want. If I sound like this every day, hello, everybody. It's time to learn English. Let's learn English today. Today we're going to learn the first word is going to be blah, 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 blah. Nobody wants to hear that. That's not musical.
So, yeah.
It's not musical.
So, yeah, words are like notes.
Yeah.
And you are like maestro, bringing
Yeah,
them to
that's
life. Yeah.
right. Yeah, that's exactly right. And we all know that's true because you can put the same words on a piece of paper and you can ask different people to say them. And when there's going to be one guy who's going to say it and you're going to go, wow, he said that really well. The way he said it was great. But then somebody else will say it and you'll be like, no power. No power in it. You know? So that's funny because listen, a spell, like a magical spell, if you say a magical spell wrong, will it work? No.
Well,
Now it's magic. We're just talking about magic, so it's not real. But
I mean, yeah.
right. But if I
I mean, I think.
go ahead.
Okay.
No.
So I think it might work, but in one way, just one way, which probably
Not the way you intended.
keep away.
Yeah.
Keep away from keep away all.
Right, not
who
the way you
listen to it.
intended. That's right. Yeah, so that's right. Like, if I said, if the spell is supposed to be abracadabra, but I said abracadabra, that's not going to work. And now the magic doesn't work, right? So the spell didn't work, right? Language is the same. If your grammar is not right, then now your language has lost power. But if your grammar is just right, now all of your words have power. And people will listen. So that's the magic of grammar. Is I hate grammar. I hate it because it's the rules and it's so boring and it's so annoying. But that's why they make it so hard, because it's so powerful. If it were easy, if they made it in an easy way, then everybody would have the power.
Yeah.
So when I explain things in grammar, half of my job is to take their very difficult explanation and make it simple for you. And the reason why is because this has always been true. The people who control language, they want to control language. They want to gatekeep it. You know? It's always been true. Yeah.
So. Yeah, and if one time someone tells me, Sergey, I'm head of learning grammar, and I would think into my head, well, man, you have a bad abracadabra.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah, your magic is weak, man. Your magic is weak. That's the best way to think about it, guys. Everybody wants magic. We all want magic, don't we? We want to have that power. Don't you want to have magic? Everybody does, right? Well, guess what? You really can. You really can. Why do 90,000 people come watch me? Because I can speak in a way that they want to hear. There's magic in what I do. That's why.
Well, I wish your magic will last longer. Last longer.
I hope so too. I hope so too. But you know, that's the beauty of what I'm doing is I feel like my job is to give this magic to everyone. I'm trying to give it away. I'm not trying to gatekeep it. I want you to have that power. I want you to understand that this has been around for thousands of years. People have been controlling language for thousands of years, and they're still controlling it now. You just don't understand how they're controlling it. But the more you study language, the more power you have of language, with language. And that gives you personal power in the world to do so many things.
Let me think. The way how it no,
Take your
no,
time.
I know. I know the word unconscious. Maybe subcon. Is it subconscious or something?
That's
Yeah,
right.
unconscious.
Subconscious means underneath your
Okay.
conscious. Like you don't,
Yeah.
subconscious things are not things that you think about because thinking about them, that's conscious. You're thinking about it. So subconscious means things that are underneath, that are going on in the background that you don't really think about, but they are there. Right? So subconsciously, you know, let me think of a good example. When I listen to when I
maybe.
listen to rock music, if I listen to rock and roll music, subconsciously I feel a sense of energy. There's a sense of energy subconsciously. I'm not thinking about it, but it's there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you start dancing unconsciously.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. You don't think about it, you just move. Right? You know, like you're not trying to do it, it just happens. That's subconscious. Yeah. Subconscious things are things that you do without thinking. Yeah. Or they are the things that live underneath, the things that live under your thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'll give an example. Someone asked me, "Why, Sergey? Why are you dancing?" I admit, I just dancing unconsciously. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, subconsciously. I'm just dancing. It's just happening. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay, well, Sergey, it was wonderful to talk to you, my friend, but I need to let you go. Thank you for your questions. You had really good questions. You had really good questions, and that's my favorite thing.
Yeah. These words really, they have been bothering me for long. Yeah. I'm so glad that you found the time to have me on stage. So yeah, we figure out. Yeah, that's nice.
Good. Yeah, I'm always happy to help as much as I can. Like I said, that's what I want. Like Sergey, I'm also a drummer. If you can see behind me the drums, right? And so I actually began teaching as a drum teacher first. And I've had many, many, many students, hundreds and hundreds of students over the many, many years. And I've had a few of my students have surpassed me. And when that happens, that's an amazing feeling as a teacher. When your student becomes better than you, that is success. That is success. So one of my drum students, I started teaching him when he was about 14 years old, and now he is the professor of drums at the local university.
Tell me one thing. Do these guys, your students, no, don't you feel themselves? No. Okay, so you said they are better than you, yeah, in this art. Have you ever seen themselves? I would like them.
You
Did
mean
you get it? No.
you mean
Um,
do you mean like do I look up to them now?
um. Oh, so,
No, it's okay.
Mark,
Take your time,
even
Sergey. Take your time. Take your time. It's okay. Take your time.
um. Okay, you you see what they done, yeah, what they done,
Yeah.
what talent they got, and you maybe might think of, I would like I would like that they are right now. If I, if I put more efforts.
Yeah. So you mean like they've gotten past me, but could I get past them again? Like, can I be as good as they are, or can I get past them? Sure,
Yeah.
I probably could. I probably could, Sergey. I probably could. However, I'll be honest, I've never thought about it. Because I'm telling you, the feeling of pride that you get when you teach someone and they surpass you, the feeling of pride you get from that is far greater. You feel like now they can ride the bike without help. Right? You know, when you start riding a bike, you need your dad or somebody to hold you on the bike to keep it steady, right? But when you see that bike, when they're riding by themselves now, that's an amazing feeling. And when now they're better than you, that's really an amazing feeling. And I don't have any bad feeling about it at all. No, I'm quite proud that they're better than me. That's a wonderful thing to happen. It's such a wonderful thing.
So yeah, you have never felt that they got ahead you. No.
Well, let me put it to you this way, Sergey. They are ahead of me. They are more skillful than me.
Well, literally, yeah.
But they all still look up to me.
Yeah.
So even my
yeah.
student,
Their background.
yeah, my student is still my student. So he's a professor now. He's a professor. But if I go to his university and he introduces me, he's going to introduce me as his teacher. He's going to say, "This is my teacher, Teacher Mark." Right? So even though he's got a university position, he's higher than me now. But he's going to introduce me with that level of respect. So even though he's better than me, they still have a respect for me because they know that that's where they got it from. That's the heritage. That's the heritage.
Yeah. So and they will never don't get me wrong, but they will never disprove the fact that they started with you. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, again, like, I feel very lucky because, listen, all of my teachers, the teachers that I had, I still respect them. I still look up to them. And I still I feel so lucky that I got to study with them. And they have that same feeling about me.
Yeah.
You know, that it's a tradition of teaching that it's such a long tradition, you know? My teachers had teachers and they had teachers and, you know, it's a very long tradition that way, you know?
So we so we kind of we worked on together for a long time, and so we like we're like one of them.
I'll tell you what, Sergey, my student, the one I was telling you about, his name is Devin. And I'll tell you this, you know what I think about often? I think about calling him and I want to say, "Hey, can I get some lessons from you?" I want to see what he would teach me now.
What the reaction was?
I haven't had a chance to do it yet, but I have talked to my student a few times and I've told him, like, you know, "Hey man, I would love to get together sometime because I feel rusty. I feel like I'm not so good anymore. Maybe you can help me." You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they what is it? They um get credit for you, like credit for you or something.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Sergey, it's really, it comes down to this: every student is a teacher, and every teacher is a student.
Yeah. Yeah. Obviously.
You know, so
Yeah. We
it,
hand over the talent. We hand over the talent.
yeah,
Oh wait, hand over. Yeah.
yeah, you're right. Yeah, the way you said it's fine. Yeah. So you know, I taught him many things, but that doesn't mean I don't have anything to learn.
Mm.
You know, we can all still learn. Okay?
Yeah. This is a timeless process.
Yeah.
Which is.
Yeah. 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 As a matter of fact, it's part of humility. Humility and learning are connected, because to be humble means I don't know. It means I still have a lot to learn.
You know what? Actually, if we take as an example, just okay, American or okay, English-speaking countries, yeah. So okay, they know their language, how to speak, yeah. They know, but I think they still learning in their own way. They pick up new words, extra words, while we are just catching up. We are just catching up. But they are also learning. They also learn,
Of
practice.
course. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Like I can tell you, Sergey, I started teaching when I was 18 years old. I started teaching drums at the local music store. And I didn't know anything about teaching then. The only thing I knew was I had some good teachers. I was lucky. I had studied with some great teachers. So I just tried to do what they did. I just tried to repeat whatever my teachers told me, I would say that to them. But I learned how to teach by teaching.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I learned it the long way. The long way. I had to, I had private students. I started, I think my first year, I think I had about 32 students a week. But that next year, I think I had 75, about 75 every week, new students, individual lessons, one-on-one. And then I worked at 3 different high schools over many years. And then I worked at a couple, I started teaching English, and I started working at some private schools in Asia. And so the process of teaching was something that I learned. It was a learning. It's kind of funny, but you're a teacher, but how did you teach? You learned like a student. So every student is a teacher, and every teacher is a student.
Yeah. So it's like yeah. So and then you have taken up studying English, yeah, and your musician skills
Yeah, it was very
helps
easy
you
for
help
me.
you
Yeah, it was
in English, yeah.
it was very, very easy for me because I already knew how to teach. I just had to teach English now. and so many of the language, so many of the same things that are true in music are also true in language. So it's very, if you are a musician, then you have a big advantage in language learning.
Okay.
Yeah. Musicians listen. We listen professionally. You don't understand that listening is a skill that you have to learn, and it's not as easy as people think. And musicians, when I want to learn a song, I have to listen to that song hundreds of times, maybe more. And I'm listening on a level that's so deep. I'm trying to understand the most subtle and small of differences that are happening in the music all the time. So listening is the most important skill for good communication. You have to be a good listener before you can be a good speaker. That's why God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth.
Okay. 1 mile. Yeah. That's that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
You know, if you're talking too much, that lion is going to eat you. But if you're not talking, you can listen and you can hear the lion coming. And I say that as somebody who talks a lot. I talk a lot. I talk too much. But I know the value of listening. You know?
Mhm.
Yeah. So,
Between the what is it? Between break. Oh my God, what is that? I forgot the break time or between break talking. Okay, so
that's okay.
so you are listening,
Mm-hmm.
but you love talking.
Mm-hmm.
You love talking, and you have to put your talking between listening.
Yeah,
between
yeah, that's right.
Find the grab. No, find a grab.
No. You're right. You have, in order to, sometimes when people are trying to talk, they're not having good communication. And the reason why is because when you're speaking, if you're speaking, but I'm not listening to you, I'm already thinking about what I want to say next, then I'm not listening to you.
Mm-hmm.
And people do this all the time because we don't want to forget what we have to say. So we just say it. But there is an art to learning how to wait, to say what you want to say later. So I remember when I think I was probably about 19 or 20 years old, and this is what I started doing was, if people were talking to me and having a conversation with me, if I have something I want to say, but I need to wait until they're finished, you know what I do? While they're talking very quickly, I make a quick note. I'll just write down 2 words, just something that I can look at and be like, remember that thing that you want to say. So that way I can write down 2 words and now I can stop and listen more. So I can listen to them. Then when they're finished, I can look at my note and say, oh yeah, I remember what I want to say now. Let me tell you, right? But that way I don't stop listening. I'm listening to them and I still can remember what I want to say later without interrupting and without being rude. And again,
Yeah.
I say this, anybody who knows me will tell you I talk a lot. But I also think anybody who knows me will also say I'm a good listener.
Uh-huh. So yeah. So you what is this? Not multitasking. It is
Multi-talented.
multi-talented. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. My father, Sergey, is a psychologist. So I grew up in a household with the idea of we have to talk about it. We got to talk about our feel. How are you feeling? Let's talk about it. You know, I grew up with that.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
every time you back home, your father. Okay, son, sit down. We have to talk about it.
I wouldn't say that. No, it's not quite like that. But yeah, like a little bit. Like many families, they have no feeling that it's okay to talk about things. Many families are like that. You don't talk about things. You keep it to yourself, right? And that's not good. We all know that's not good. But I had a family where at least the idea that talking is good, we knew that. In my family, we knew talking is better than not talking. That's all. It's very simple. If you can talk about it, then maybe you can find a solution. If you don't talk about it, you will not find a solution. You know?
You don't go so far with silence. Yeah.
That's right. That's exactly right. Silence will not get you very far. That's right. Yeah.
Because at least the silence might think everything. Yeah. So the listener can take it differently. Yeah. Your silence. So you might thinking of something maybe positive, but your listener might get it in a negative way. Yeah. Because of your silence. Yeah. Be quiet. It's not.
It could
Good
be.
sometimes.
Yeah. That's possible. Yeah. But again, it all begins with listening. It all begins with listening. And again, it's this, I feel lucky because as a teacher, you have to listen. My job is to help my students. How can I help my students if I don't listen to them? You know?
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm listening to them tell me about their grammar problems or about their vocabulary problems, but sometimes my students are telling me about their family problems or their girlfriend problems or something. Because guess what? Sometimes I'm a teacher and I see my student comes to class, but they're not here. Their mind is somewhere else. Something else.
Zone out.
Yeah, something is bothering them. Something is bothering them. And guess what? If something is bothering you, you cannot really learn. So sometimes when that happens, I stop my student and I say, everything all right? Are you okay? Is there,
That's why.
you know, do you want to talk about
That's
it?
why.
You know?
Yeah. That's why students get together in the class, isolate themselves from others, other things,
that's right.
and
Yeah.
studying in certain time, yeah.
That's right. Sometimes that's right. Yeah. Yeah. But, I think that's one reason why I think my students liked me, because they knew that if they came to study with me, that I was very serious about what I do, but that nothing that we do is ever more important than you. So if my student is not happy, if my student is upset, if my student is bothered, I have to stop and talk to my student first and find out what's wrong and see maybe I can help them let that go so we can study. Because if they can't let that go, then maybe we can't study.
What is this? Okay, yeah, it's let me think. Cooperation, work.
Cooperative work, sure.
Cooperative work, yeah. When two sides,
Work
work
together.
on together.
Yeah.
Work together, yeah.
Yeah, that's what cooperate means. Co means together and operate means work. So cooperate means work together. Yeah. Yeah. So, anyway. All right, once again, I do need to go, but great. Again, Sergey, this is what I like is when students have good questions and when students care and when I have a student who wants to learn, man, that's a wonderful thing. You know, when you have to teach people who don't want to learn, that's the worst. That's the worst. When somebody comes to class and they do not want to be there, but I have to teach them, that's so hard. But when people come and they want to learn, my job is wonderful. It's a great job when people want to learn.
Now I admit that admit is admit.
Yeah, there you go. Now you admit. Yeah, there you go. Now you know how to use that in a positive way. Very good. Awesome, Sergey. All right, well, it's a great conversation. Yeah. Come back and see me again sometime. These are the kinds of questions I like. These are questions that tell me you're thinking. One of my articles, Sergey, I wrote an article about questions and how the questions you ask, they matter, and they tell the teacher a lot. If you ask a question like, how can I be good at English? That's a big question. That's so lazy. That tells me that you are not really serious about learning because you're asking the biggest possible question that you could, and you have not spent any time thinking about anything smaller. You know? So that's a lazy question. You don't really want to learn. So one of the articles that I wrote is all about how the questions you ask tell me about you. They tell me, are you a really good student or not? Are you a real serious learner or not? If you ask good questions, I can tell. It's easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
can tell.
Yeah.
By the question.
That's right. Yeah. Lazy questions means lazy learner. So, Sergey, have a good rest of your evening, my friend, and I will see you next time, okay?
Yeah, thanks for having me, and yeah, thanks for everything. Bye.
Take care, my friend. Okay, guys, I gotta go. I have been here for 4 hours, guys. I told you today would be long, so I did 4 hours. I think that's enough. 4 hours is too long. So if you want to come back and talk to me again, you can next time. If you don't know about me, then you need to get this file. Please go here and get this file. That file is everything you need to know about me. Okay? Who am I? What are we doing here? How many followers do I have? What's my schedule? All of that is in that file. Okay? 90,000 people follow me here on Hello Talk, and I have been here teaching for, well, I've been on the app for 12 years, and I've been teaching here for about 5 years. So, if you want to know about me, please get the file, get the file, get the file. Okay? All right. And on the file has my website. The file has my YouTube channel. The file has my blog. Okay? The file has my schedule. The file has all the details about what do we do here when we're learning. Okay? The file has everything you need, so please get the file. Okay? And come back and see me again next time. I will see you guys either tomorrow or Monday. All right? Have a good morning. Have a good afternoon. Have a good evening wherever you live. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye.